start first and foremost. So the overview that we've heard now, all the submissions. We'll work through the consultation items, the priority items that we've gone out to consult the community with. But right now, we will start with the development contributions policy. The policy, we had two submitters, number 50 and number 106. The officers' comments. Have you had a chance to have a look at those comments?
Could you refresh us which document we're looking at?
There's two DC's contribution policy submissions. One is number 50 and one is 106. One's from Somerset, you heard this morning, one was from Mr. John Royal. If you'd like to have a look at those officers' comments, Relax if you'd like to add anything. Let's see what page.
Excuse me, Your Worship. Councillors are not sure which master plan document we're working from.
It's the one we've been working on for the last day and a half with all of the submissions on it.
Yeah, so perhaps I can clarify. We've got sort of 12 points of decisions to make. The first one that the Mayor's directing you to is the decision around the development contributions policy that went out for consultation. There were two submitters, and you'll find them in your submissions box. The numbers 50 and 106, so one from John Royal and the other that you heard from today from Somerset on the Zoom, making various points around the policy. You've also got officer comments in your officer comments volume for both submissions 50 and 106.
106, thank you.
So we're directing you to both the submission and the corresponding officer comment and inviting your questions.
Can the staff please refresh my memory as to when we last reviewed the DC policy, please?
Through Your Worship, so the development contribution policy has been reviewed annually for the last 5 or 6 years. It's something that doesn't need to be, it can be reviewed on a 3-yearly basis along with the long-term plan, but we've had sufficient changes each year to ensure it was updated.
Thank you. I'm happy to support the officers' recommendations or officers' comments. My apologies.
Councillor Corbyn?
Sorry.
Okay. Any other comments on DC's development contribution policy? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. There was a comment made yesterday just around the refund and that it isn't really that clearly stipulated within the district plan. Is that correct, and is that something that we should be trying to rectify?
Through Your Worship, so the development contribution policy isn't sort of explicit about how and when we would refund development contributions, although the legislation is pretty clear that we can't over collect on DCs for specific activities, and certainly that gets a bit more difficult to reconcile when you're looking at the bigger bucket of development contributions, but certainly in the areas where we have targeted and ring-fenced development contribution areas, we're certainly working towards that principle. And it's certainly something that we did do for Irongate when it was first established for those early adopters who paid a higher DC than what was finally settled on.
I just fundamentally don't feel that comfortable that we don't. It just seems to be loose, and if we were going into contracts or agreements in a private sector like that, then yeah, I just you'd be actually trying to have them a little bit more stringent. So, what do we do if we are to try and rectify that?
Through Your Worship, maybe a recommendation or a suggestion moving forward would be that we take that on as an improvement item for policy, and between Mr. Humphrey and myself, we'll look at that over the next 12 months. I can probably almost certainly say that there'll be a development contribution policy up for renewal with the first annual plan coming up, and maybe that's the time to address that issue. We've already noted in the officer comments to the Somerset submission that we'll look at something around the retirement homes as well.
So that's an action. You comfortable with that, councillor Harvey? Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
I think Bruce has almost answered the issue. To me, both issues needed looking at again, because I thought they both made valid points that we, even if we can't take it into account in the coming year, we need to look ahead, because there'll be more and more of these sort of issues, more and more retirement homes and so on.
Thank you. Councillor Travis?
I support the officer's comments because the benefit to the developer is obvious. The benefit to the wider community is often nebulous and difficult to quantify. And in the case of the submission we heard this morning, I'm also very aware that, in fact, that development, while it may have benefited the wider community in some senses, has also cost our council a considerable amount of money that we hadn't necessarily budgeted on. And therefore, I would support leaving the DCs as they are currently.
Recommendation,
I
councillor
do.
Travis? Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder. Any other comments? Councillor Harvey?
Thank you. The other comment yesterday was around what we've got left in stock from an industrial perspective. And I don't know where else in the LTP this comes up, but our strategy around where next, and Irongate will be at near capacity pretty shortly. And then we've also got the pressures from the community with Whakatū. And so that would be something else that I would like to note in the LTP or going forward, that we are looking at the next wave of our strategy in land for industrial use.
So we have our industrial plan, but it's like bringing land forward in time. So I think the spatial plan should capture that. Any officers like to comment on that?
Through your worship, I think that's absolutely the appropriate avenue for us to take, is to use our spatial plan to inform where our future investments need to be.
But you're absolutely right, councillor Harvey. What we thought we had in line at Irongate and what we do have is entirely different. So that is such a very, very important work. Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Your Worship. I also support the officer's comments. Essentially, any DCs that aren't picked up by the developers fall onto the ratepayer, and the capacity to tease out the public good from that, I think, is too difficult. So I'm supportive of the officers.
And council's had another way of supporting growth and economic growth as well, so which is separating DCs to incentivising. Councillor Watkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. The spatial plan starts and finishes. Completion date for that plan? For the spatial plan.
Excuse me, Your Worship, can we ask officers to come forward to a microphone so the community can hear?
When will the spatial plan start and finish?
So through Madam Chair, there's a team of staff, and we've got an external consultant to help us with the chairing of the project. So there's a report coming up to strategy and policy, I think, on the 5th of August, which outlines the project structures and procedures that are being put in place today. And I think, broadly speaking, that I think, as has been commented through the last couple of days, you're looking at about 2 years to go through scoping, development of your spatial plan, and then into your implementation procedures later on. So the hard sort of mahi to be done over the next few months is the alignment and identifying of all your stakeholders and partners and getting those relationships in place too. Particularly with your communities of interest, and then, but that'll all be covered more succinctly in your report on the 5th of August.
Having said that, there's no reason why we're not looking at industrial land and planning for rezoning, and not waiting for the spatial plan, because we know exactly what we're required and when we're going to bring that land on stream in time. So that's another piece of work over and above.
So, through Madam Chair, so that work's underway and is underway all the time anyway as part of our HPUD's work, and we've got to keep fulfilling our responsibilities under the National Policy Statement, which is as best we can. You're trying to facilitate your 20% inventories and supply in terms of commercial, industrial and residential land, and it's also a key focus, one of your focus areas in your LTP or your draft LTP that you may adopt. So there's a lot of work and capacity work going on in that space already.
Thank you. I think there's one of the media would like to come in. Could someone please keep the door open? Thank you. It's a public meeting now. We're in council. Councillor Barber.
Just in terms of reflecting public good and kind of divvying that out and quantifying it, it would seem to me that that would be quite arbitrary. How I mean, is there some, would you have some kind of a formula that would go across all industrial developments, or would it be on a case-by-case basis? You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the public good of these industrial developments, refunds per se through DCs.
Sorry, Councillor Barber, I was offline with the Chief Executive, so I didn't hear the context of the
I
conversation.
thought you were looking a bit starry-eyed. Just in terms of the allocation of public good within these developments, would seem to me that that would be quite. Is that on a case-by-case basis, or would it be like a formula that would just go across? I mean, otherwise it seems a bit ticky-tacky to be hard to quantify.
Yeah, I think Council's approach to date has been to look at the recognition of public good in its calculations with development contributions as an overall sort of policy position.
Right.
And that's, I think, moving forward, it's probably the most consistent way of applying that. But as we do sort of venture into new areas, it's certainly a conversation that could be had at that time as well. But certainly the approach to date has been to take a sort of overall policy position on the application of public good when it comes to assigning costs, particularly with industrial development areas.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Corbyn, last speaker.
I didn't quite hear you. Did you say that we'll first see something for the spatial plan in August, and you anticipate it will take 3 years to finish?
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. And you think that in the meantime we're still going to have to do something about industrial land before we integrate it properly into the spatial plan?
Yeah, well, under your, and I'm not an expert in this area, I'll defer to Rowan and John, but we have obligations under your policy statements to keep an understanding of your supply levels and inventory levels for residential, commercial, industrial land. So a lot in those activities would normally be done under your HPUD's process, and we're doing that capacity work at the moment. So that work will continue as your spatial plan is developed over the next 2 years, and then that work will be integrated into your spatial plan as that comes online later on.
Okay, so we could well be doing residential stuff as well in the interim.
Yes, we're doing residential capacity studies right now, so yeah.
Thank you. So we've got a direction now with our development contributions policy and the actions associated with that. We'll move on to the CBD streetscape and targeted rates. Thank you, Lex.
Yeah, so councillors, I'll just refer you now to, in your pack, you've got the main agenda and my covering report inside that. I'll just give you a moment to locate that. So it's the main agenda and my report's on page 7 of that attachment. Just says agenda. Yeah, that was the piece you were missing, yeah. How are we getting on there?
All got that? Everyone got that?
Yep, so the
Covering
attachment
report.
called agenda, my covering report's on page 7. So the next decision to be made, as part of the long-term plan, you consulted with both property owners in Havelock North and in Hastings that are part of the streetscape targeted rate areas. So we wrote to 321 properties in Hastings and the 114 property owners in Havelock that currently pay that rate. As you recall, the proposition was to, as we go into the next 10 years of that program of investment, was to consult around that program, the priorities within it and the pace of that program, which required an elevation in the targeted rate, and we sought feedback on that. So if I focus on Hastings first, I guess the feedback was pretty much 50-50 there in terms of those that supported the increase and that elevated program of investment and those that didn't. In addition to the mail out, we also hosted a evening at Toi Toi. Your Worship, I believe you were there. And that was largely attended by the tenants of the properties in Hastings, well attended and broadly well supported program of work as well. Everyone's always got some ideas around priorities, but in general sense, supportive of the next wave of that program from that meeting. So that was Hastings. In respect of Havelock, met with the Business Association. They were supportive that we talk to the members about this, which is what we've done, and to seek their feedback. And so the response from Havelock, whilst only on a small amount of returns, to be fair, 16 out of 114 that were sent, but based on that, it's about 70% support for the new program that was put forward to them and the pace of that program and the impact that that would have on the targeted rate. So there's the results of the engagement with those directly affected with that proposal.
Thank you, Lex. And it's fair to say that because we've made such a significant investment in the CBD, our CBD members want us to carry on and get some of our areas tidied up that haven't had a look at for a very long time. So thank you for that. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. Through you, if I may just ask a question around the submissions we've received, specifically those that were spoken to over the course of the last few days. Some have been collaborative submissions, so multiple parties with one submission. Are they counted as multiple submissions, or are they just counted as one when they do that?
Can you just elaborate which submission you're referring to?
So an example would be the West Side Hastings City Business Association. So that was a range of businesses in one submission.
Yeah. So the mail out that we did was individual to property owners, and those are the results I've just given you. The other feedback you received is through those formal submissions, and that's the Business Association giving you a sense of their membership. There's no factoring of that. That's a judgment for you to make.
So representing 480 businesses for the Business Association members. Okay, thank you. So everyone's very comfortable with that. Great submissions received for the CBD Streetscape targeted rate. Moving now to key issue 1, which is Give Me My Rural Roads. Everyone's comfortable with the direction for the CBD. We don't need a mover and a seconder at this stage. We just need a direction. A show of hands that people are comfortable with that targeted rate increase, listening to the submissions. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Worship. So just the next clump are all part of that agenda report, so we'll keep it simple. So the next, bottom of page 8 on my report outlines the outcome of consultation in our on the Just Give Me My Rural Roads. That was key issue 1 in the consultation document. So you've received about 400 responses from the consultation document to that. There's sort of 700 pieces of information overall, including a website survey that was undertaken as well. What that's telling you, based on those two engagement techniques, and I'll elaborate on the rural meetings that we had, is that there's about 85% support for either the program that was put out, which is the advanced program of work that you'll recall, or to go faster. So that's about 85% of the feedback there. And that, Councillor Kerr may want to elaborate, but in terms of the 5 rural meetings that were held, this was the key issue spoken to with those that attended those meetings. And generally they saw the need for that investment as long as it was being spent on roads, and I think we knew that already, that was agreeable to them. I mean, obvious concern about the extent of the rate increase over time, but an acknowledgement of the need to invest in our roads as well. And yeah, that's a quick summary of just
Thank
Give Me
you.
My Rural Roads.
If we have our rural councillors now representing their community, starting with Councillor Kerr, then Councillor Sears.
I'd like to fully endorse everything that Lex said. Any concerns that were expressed to me when I explained the purpose of the funds, they were like brilliant, because if there's one thing people in the rural community need, it's an ability to connect with town, roads that are accessible all day, every day. So this was really good feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Yes, absolutely. You talk to rural people, they talk about roads. I'm aware that we're co-funded with Waka Kotahi for our roading program, and that funding envelope isn't as big as we'd like to be currently. So I'm happy to support the program as planned for this year, but I'd like to flag that in annual plan next year, that we look at how much is left in the reserve. If we reserve money, that we look at what's in the reserve, what's been done, and the program going forward, and we look at that in relationship to year 2 of long-term plan of that rate increase.
It says put that down as an action. Thank you very much, Councillor Sears. The direction is that we accept that. Is everyone comfortable with that? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Key
So-
issue 2,
Yep.
parking pinch point,
Key issue-
parking, Hastings and Havelock.
That's right, so just continue to work through my report on page 9 now. So the 2 parking pinch point key issues. So if I start with Hastings, again on the table that you're seeing there, based on the engagement and the responses received, around 2/3 support for an increase in charges of some degree. We put out the 50 cent and the dollar increase in the consultation document, to one third non-support for that. I'll bring perhaps Mr. O'Shaughnessy forward to talk to his report, but I'll just refer you to what we've done there, because there's quite a bit of feedback. You do have a separate attachment. This one's called Officer Comments on Hastings Parking Submissions. I'll just give you a moment to locate that. I'm sure you've worked your way through it in the last few weeks. But what we've attempted to do there is to look at all of the feedback, both through formal submissions, through the comments through the website survey, the handwritten comments that also came on the consultation document tear-off. You know, there was the share your thoughts open comments field. So all of that's been analysed by officers and incorporated into this one report for you, to try and give you a one-stop shop of information. So that's the front of this attachment, and then attached behind that are then specific comments on some of the more specific things that submitters raised. So that's the key attachment in terms of information received, the support through the engagement process, around 2/3 to 1/3 of increasing parking fees, as you outlined in your consultation document, and then the wider commentary in here, in addition to what you may have heard from some submitters in the last day and a half. Do you want to add anything, John?
I'd just say that I think I've covered most of the main themes. I've been back and forth through the website stuff, and there's a lot of crossover, and some of them and we've also split out separately the Havelock issue. So this is mainly focused around Hastings CBD. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Kerr?
I was just going to say, I support the officer's recommendations and proceeding as the majority seem to wish with the $1 increase.
Thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. Just checking on process. Is this an appropriate time to ask questions around the submitters' comments regarding parking, not specifically the amount, but other points raised around parking? Yes. Yeah, okay, great. In which case I have a few. So the first one is around mobility parking. How do we determine where and how many mobility parks we provide?
Feedback from CCS, but we also look at just what the demand is or what the offer is as well. So for example, we generally try and put them quite close to chemists, for medication and things like that. But we also have quite a loose process in that mobility people can park anywhere anyway, plus the areas that are dedicated to themselves, and in that area that they park, they can do double what the restriction is.
If I may,
With their permit.
with respect to those comments, it's great that we allow double the time for those in any car park who have a mobility parking sign, but many of those who have a mobility parking permit require ease of access onto footpaths and all sorts of stuff. So it's more than just the amount of time; it's the access to facilities around the parks. So I guess my question is for clarity. So we don't currently, as council, have specific criteria or policy aside from feedback from the likes of CCS around how many and where mobility car parks should go.
No, not that I'm aware of. No, we have 56 spaces throughout the district, which I think is generally about 1 to 50.
So I think based on the range of submitter comments we've received specifically around this issue, I would really love to see some work done in this area. So looking at developing a council policy that we action rather than waiting for the community to come to us in a I guess probably aggravated state at that point. And look at how, particularly when we're trying to encourage alternative transport over the years and whatnot as well, we still need to allow for mobility car parking. So that's an action point I'd really like to see.
Thank you. Can I just add also that a lot of our community who use our disability parking service aren't aware of what you just said, John, about the ability to be able to park anywhere with your... They think they have to go to those specific sites. I think we could do a bit of marketing and comms around that and work with the disability community to manage, just inform people about that. Thank you. Thank you, that's an action. Thank you. Oh,
Would you like me to go through all my parking related questions, or would you like me to come back? Because I'm aware there might be other councillors who want to ask questions.
I'll come back to you, Wendy. Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions from me too. Can you just confirm, please, where the parking meter money is spent when we receive it?
Some of it services loans for purchase of car parks, and there's also operationally pays for obviously running the staff, equipment, and also we have spent our replacement fund which bought the new meters. So over time we generally try and build up a thing to replace those on a cycle. So that's how it's spread.
Thank you. And the parking management plan that's referenced a number of times in the document, when is that intended to be done or completed?
It's probably a significant change from what we've done in the past. We've really looked at it from just a parking dimension. It's really a move to a more green approach where we say, look, could we use other means? So at the moment we don't have funding for it, but I did hear mention of the $10 million environment fund, and I thought to myself, there's a good alignment there, but maybe I'm not as good as other people at aligning things.
Just a few more comments, Your Worship. I support the mobility comments made by Councillor Sholem. I support the comments around extending to 2 hours. We heard that over and over again, that it's just not long enough within the CBD to do shopping or other things. I support the comments from submitters around Saturday free parking, given that part of the reason we have the meters is to stop people coming into town and parking for the whole day. And on a Saturday, there's less staff around, so I support that. And my suggestion is that I would like to see some work done on the dollar increase amount being put into a budget to develop in the plan how we're moving away from the car parking, all of the themes we've seen coming through from submitters around moving cars out, more pedestrianisation, better spaces for bikes, better storage for bikes, that the dollar increase could be used in that way to build a plan around how we're doing that.
Can I just point out, councillor says we didn't consult on free parking on a Saturday. That was a submission from the Business Association. So if we wanted a wider consultation process with the wider community, we would have to take that back to the community. Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, thanks. Just several questions which I might comment if you, depending on the answer. The increase by $1, is that $1 on the 50-cent in the as well? So it'll be $1.50?
Yes, I think, I'll just read my booklet, I'm pretty sure it is $1.50 in two.
Okay, that's first question. Secondly, like Sophie, I agree with the 2-hour parking. I think I've been told for years we need it. The $40 fines, there were a few submissions on that. It seems quite a lot. And I just wonder, are we talking about that? And do we want $40? I mean...
Sorry, through you,
Oh, thank you, John.
Yes, sir, the fines are set by central government.
Ah.
So we don't have any say in the matter there.
That's answered that.
The fee increases off-street was going to go to $1, I think, $1.50.
Yes.
And the on-street was going to go from $1 to $2.
That's set out in the little consultation book.
Oh, I haven't got that book with me, so that's all right. So that's a consultation. All right. The Saturday free, actually, I don't think I do support it.
So we're not
We
discussing,
don't deal with that?
no, because we haven't consulted widely with that at all.
Oh,
That was
okay.
a suggestion by the Business Association.
That's right, I picked it up in the notes. Yeah,
Yes.
look, I think that's me fine.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just want to support Councillor Shollam's action point, but also to add to that, is there a ratio that is an acceptable standard in terms of disability car parks per parks? And if so, I'd like us to meet that standard.
So I suggest that when we're coming back to that, we'd go and investigate other councils, see if there's a ratio, talk with disabilities, the CCS, and find out if there is. And the other practicality will be just where these car parks could fit to get that extra space, you know, for side loading and all the rest of things that go on with that.
Councillor Barber.
Yeah, good. John through the chair. Yeah, there's quite a lot of submissions around not buying more car parks, and then we had the verbal submission last night from regional councillor. So what do you guys? Where do you take that, Kōrero? I mean,
Well, I think that there's two levels. Is that at a citywide, like particularly in Hastings, some of our car parks are all located in one area, and that's why we've gone and looked at acquiring the land in the 300 block, put the laneway through, so you can directly go through. There's proposed to connect some parking in the 200 block, but we're also going to have to go through a process of rationalisation, because what's coming up is there's a requirement to remove all parking requirements in a district plan by early next year. And that means that if you don't want to provide car parking on a private site, you don't. So one of our issues is, where is it going to leave us? Are we going to be the only provider of publicly available parking? So, you know how we've got quite a few sites around the city, we're going to have to specifically look at them and say, hey, do we need them? What form they should be? And then going forward, could we change some of them over to other activities? And I guess we're going to be in a position of providing facilities for charging, for locking up for cycles, drop-offs, all of those types of facilities. So the very difficult thing that has occurred over my career is when you go and sell something and then you realise you can't get it back again. So I think we just have to be quite careful and be very clear about why we would either not use or get rid of a parking facility. Yeah. And we have some of them that will still need development. Like there's obviously work in resealing, there's obviously work in putting some of the new change facilities into them.
Yeah.
So
okay.
we might not have all of our parking areas in the right locations either.
Yeah. Thank you. Happy with the other recommendations, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. Very excited to hear that there may be a potential for a parking management plan or whatever that's called, looking more broadly at how parking can be used, not just now but in the future. We had questions earlier today around e-bike and just bike storage that was called out for by the Youth Council. So I'm just interested, I'd like an action point around that because it sounds like there isn't currently funding for that plan. And I'm keen for a report to come back to council around what that will include and what the scope is around that strategy, and also look at including in that an analysis, some information I think for council around the proposal by the Business Association for a free Saturday, just so that this council can understand what the implications are with respect to the fact that we may or may not choose to consult with the community on that.
Great, thank you. So those actions are noted. Mr. O'Shaughnessy, do you have any in your parking budget? I know I get these $40 tickets all the time. Do you have any budget available to do that Hastings parking study in your existing budgets?
No, we don't. But I guess, and I've also had some of those $40 fines too, actually. Sorry. We don't have funding for that, but it's a joint between myself and Craig that going forward today. So we're going to come back to you and come back to you and say, hey, look, and that's why I suggested the eco fund fee, the eco budget of 10 million. Could it be used? Because it is a move towards those types of transport. So we'll just flag that, but we don't have that resource. Okay?
Thank you. I think that's a really important piece of work. We missed out on a conference recently because we didn't have sufficient parking for our Toi conference centre. So parking does need to be in some areas in town. Councillor Harvey?
Having received one while at a council meeting last week, I feel your pain. Anderson Park also came up quite often, and I'm still concerned that we don't even have a temporary option there. I've asked for that area to be cleaned up, as has the association, regardless of whether it's sealed, and there are people utilising that, so we're trying to utilise that area, so I would like to see something that's coming up. It's not in, okay.
In the Havelock one, yeah, sorry.
Just words like be brave and courageous came through some of the submissions in terms of the amount of concrete we're throwing around and turning them into car parks. And I'm just hoping that I was very impressed, in fact, inspired by Jeff's presentation. And I do hope we have the inclination to take that seriously. I mean, really take it seriously, because there were some great messages in there. It really was, and it'll benefit us all. It's an investment.
It's more cycling, absolutely. Councillor Watkins?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I support the 2 hour parking, the dollar increase. Just a question to Mr. Payne. On the $2 increase, and effectively, if you put $4 in, you can save for 2 hours. If you put $2 in, are you still limited to that first 1 hour parking anywhere in the city, or could you split that over the 2 hours?
Yes, Your Worship. When you pay for your parking, you pay for your vehicle registration number. So basically, you can park anywhere within Hastings in that area, and you're covered. You've got a live active session. So for whatever amount you put in, you have an active session for.
Under that proposal, you would have $4 or 4 hours if you move around.
Yeah.
You can stay in one place or, correct.
Yes, yeah.
Councillor Corbyn, last speaker.
We recognise the need for car parks. We've got Havelock North and the issue there. We've got the national policy statement. We had the Pettigrew Green presentation yesterday and the huge amount of car parks there, and the sports park, regional sports park, and the parking issues there. And I just want to follow up on Baden's question about how are we going to follow through on a parking strategy, because I don't think we can do it in isolation, just a parking strategy. It's got to be integrated with other strategies, particularly the transport strategy and what interface we have with that.
That's why the parking management strategy is a joint exercise between transportation and parking. Sorry, so clearer. Yeah, that's why the new parking management growth strategy is an integrated strategy between myself and Craig and transport. It has to be, because we've got to look at other ways of change. And I agree that there's going to be a period where you're still going to have electric vehicles, but there needs to be a move to a transition.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Havelock North.
Thank you, Your Worship. So back to my report, page 9. I'll just overview quickly the engagement and then refer to John O'Shaughnessy as a separate report on this. So again, the engagement, the question asked was the level of support to purchase land to address parking challenges in Havelock. So you can see there that broadly, again, 2/3 versus 1/3 supported the increase in the target rate either in 1 year or phased over the 2 years. So that's broadly the level of support from our engagement process. But I'll just now refer you to page 31 in that same attachment. Mr. O'Shaughnessy's got a separate report on Havelock North, and he'll just take you through some of the key points in that report.
Thank you, Lex. Possibly there are a number of submissions. As Lex pointed out, there was strong support for purchase, but if you turn to page 34 of the report, in the heading discussion, what we're recommending at this stage is that council only make the adjustment for the operational increase, and that because of the uncertainty of timing in terms of when the New World supermarket will move from the site and when the site will become available, and secondly, because of the significantly increasing property values in Havelock North, that at the moment there's too much risk and lack of certainty in terms of setting a targeted rate for that purchase. So we envisage we will have to come back to the council when we know an actual firm cost. But we do recognise the fact that I imagine the supermarket company will want to maximise whatever money they can get for their old site once they've gone through the consenting process to move to their new location.
So, councillors, we will move to that item 6 now, and I'd like to hear your views on that item as we're talking about Havelock North parking at the moment. So that is the report that Mr. O'Shaughnessy has just outlined about not targeting the rate immediately, but putting an expression of interest there for the future. So starting with Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. O'Shaughnessy, for this report. I can't support the targeted rate as we went out and consulted on, because there's too much uncertainty and the time frame is too long. I would support a targeted rate that is specifically covering the known costs that we have. And I think any funding of any future property purchase, we need to consider when that becomes available or more solidified. So completely support what I was going to say, Councillor Mr. O'Shaughnessy said. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's been really helpful, though, to gauge what Havelock's future parking requirements are, and I think that's been, it's really good to hear from the community about, and just to see the development in and around Joel Road, new development. It's been good to capture that feedback. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Your Worship. Question from me just around process. Like Councillor Kerr, I'm concerned with supporting things as we've consulted if we can't action that in a timely fashion and if there might be changes. Is this something that could be brought back through an annual plan process so that we could reconsider in the future once we have more
Yes,
information?
it will have to be because it's a different, could be a different proposal and a different dollar value. So we don't have any choice there.
Excellent. So that sounds like the right mechanism for that. With respect to the parking demands that are in Havelock North at the moment, though, we heard from the Havelock North Business Association and a few other submitters around a desire to look at potentially Anderson Park parking. And I'm just wondering, is that something
comes up in our financial impact later on?
Can I just ask a quick question before that, though? Have we consulted on that in the past?
I don't think we've consulted on it, but it has been raised by the Havelock North Business Association, I think on 2 occasions. I guess we'll come to that financial implication, but there's possibly another avenue for funding if we're not proceeding with a purchase of the main area from reserve.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other comments or questions on item 6? Setting that direction. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Dixon, seconded Councillor Sholem. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Thank you, that's carried. Right, back to item 5 and going through our submissions now. Moving on to the key issue number 3, the finishing touches, our CBD centre and events from Parks and Reserves. Thank you, Lex.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, an item in the consultation document. The question you really posed there was the level of support for what was put out as the balanced investment, the initiatives proposed in the early years for our CBD, a light touch or a reduced program around that, or a bolder sort of looking forward plan. So based on the engagement again there seems to be a popular number, broadly 2/3 to 1/3 support for the program, either as it was stated or, with a bit more spice in it, I guess. So that's really all I can say. I probably can just add some comments, having, been to 11 consultations, I think, during the LTP. That was one area that got quite a bit of feedback. Certainly, my take on it is the community's loving the momentum that they're seeing, and why wouldn't you, I guess, but certainly concern about rates increases and their level of historical investment in the CBD.
Thank you. So we'll start with City Centre and events. Any further comments on those submissions? No, thank you. Parks and Reserves. Oh, Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, just clarification. These percentages from the website and consultation document, what you're saying before is that any individual submitters or submitters who represented a group aren't shown within those figures there.
No, so the consultation document numbers are from individual properties who received the consultation document and returned it, and the website surveys from individual submissions from an IP address. Okay.
So would you
and then on top of that, you've also heard some particular feedback from the business associations, particularly through the formal submission process.
Thank you, Your Worship, if I just might. So would you think this would significantly be different if you took all of the group submissions and added them to these? Do you think there'd be a significant difference in percentage?
My experience has been that the consultation document tear off, as long as you've got enough of a sample, which we have, has generally been a good indicator of the pulse of the community. And we have tested that in the past as well through our citizens panel, which we didn't do on this occasion, but they've mirrored each other quite closely. And just to remind you, the citizens panels are panel that's randomly selected that we test issues with, so it's got all the smarts around what a normal survey company would put around it, so it gives me a level of confidence that we're in tune there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barber.
I support the general direction there. Just a comment, just walking through the city centre in the evening, it was very dark. And I said to my wife, would you walk down here by yourself if I wasn't here with you? No, she wouldn't. But there were lights, but they weren't on. you know, there just wasn't enough lighting, so I just wanted to put that in there. I needed someone to hear what I've got to say there.
I think that's very valid, and I think that's something that we can be looking at with our CBD team. And it has certainly been raised before. Parks and reserves?
Thank you, Worship. My comments here probably mirror the comments that I just put for the CBD before, really. A similar level of support, again, loving the investment in the parks generally, although we did call it the finishing touches package for a reason, I think, recognising that, you know, we've invested heavily in our amenity, and so, you know, that was the counter around the level of rates increase and how much more investment, but generally support for the program that's in the plan.
Thank you. Any comments on parks and reserves? It's quite a good, clear direction there from, well done, capturing those views. Okay, moving on to other, and if we start with Graham Palmer and the others who have brought to us the night sky and council's role in the night sky. Officers have suggested a report coming back to council. Everyone comfortable with that, to understand what our purpose and would look like for that? So that's on other. There's about 20, 30 submissions on the night sky proposal. So everyone comfortable that we bring that back as a report to council to understand what our role would be?
Just a quick question, if I may. LED lighting, was he in favour of it or not? Can you recall?
I think that'll be captured in the report that the staff will bring back, how that impacts on being able to be a certified night sky. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, just on that, I mean, one of the first things I notice if I'm flying into Hawke's Bay in the evening is Maungaroa prison lit up like a Christmas tree. You know, so that's probably where you need to start. I mean, it's just, yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so we've got a direction there. So council will look at what that would mean for us as a district. Waimarama Beach, a number of submissions for Waimarama Beach, restricting and limiting and banning vehicles on various parts of Waimarama Beach. Officers' comments about following the community meeting this Saturday. Everybody comfortable with that? Councillor Kerr?
Yes, I support the officers' comments, and I've just written down here, post the community meeting for consideration to bringing back a report changing the bylaws or proposing a change to the bylaws. But
Thank you,
we
Councillor
can't
Kerr.
move till the meeting's been held.
That's right. Anything different? No, thank you.
You know,
Sophie. Councillor Barber?
yeah. So there is a cup and a chat, but there are a lot of topics kind of covered. You know, so you might not get that depth in that particular topic. So, you know, we just need to make sure that we are listening to the community members that came to present verbally, you know, because, you know, there was quite a large representation, two maraes.
Yes.
And the hapu that are associated with them.
Yes.
You know, so carries a lot of weight.
So we did get good representation through the submission process. Yes, thank you. Councillor Sears?
Just to build on that, Your Worship, yes, I agree with those comments. Having had conversations with Mr. Hosford post the meeting on Saturday, the report that comes back will discuss all the options around this, and any line that we wish to follow as a council will need to go back to the community for full consultation on those. So there'll be room again at that point for community, marae, mana whenua, to speak further on specific opportunities.
It's a change in the bylaw as a requirement. Councillor O'Keefe?
Just briefly, I know it's one at a time, but I can see Ocean Beach being next or blah, blah, blah.
Thank you. Whakatū community. We've had a number of submissions, some around the noise integration. Whakatū. So there's a number of submissions there from the Whakatū community. Councillor Redstone.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to bring forward the traffic calming and also ensure that we have some permanent noise monitoring going on, particularly around the one business that's been noted in a couple of submissions.
Thank you. So we'll look at the financial implications of traffic calming later on in the day. Councillor Corbyn?
I support what Councillor Redstone said, but I think Whakatū needs a new community plan. They have had one which is near the end of its term, and we run the risk of just addressing issues individually. I think it's time we had a proper community plan review for Whakatū.
We know when the Whakatū community plan is complete, finishes?
I think it's
Anybody?
2022.
2022,
I think
okay,
so.
so it's timely. Thank you. So we need to put that down as an action. And, you know, there are, you know, lots of really proactive people in Whakatū, and I'm sure they would love to capture some of their aspirations in a new community plan. Thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Thank you, Worship. Just a question from me, really. Do our noise standards vary from those that are set by other councils? Or are they the same across New Zealand?
We'll just invite Mr. Wallace to come down and address us at the mic. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship. Our noise standards are akin to most other local authorities' noise assessment standards. They're based on a set of New Zealand standards and best practice, and so yes, they're pretty well aligned with most other authorities.
Thank you.
Councillor Barber, thank you.
Kia ora. Yeah, no, support that focus on noise calming and traffic control down through Whakatū. Darren, he did bring up the issue around the difference in size of sections in Whakatū to Clive as an issue there. Is that Kei Te Tikitera? Is that true? I mean, is there some kind of minimum 1,000 square metre?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, that is in fact correct. Through the district plan review, the size of sections in Whakatū and Clive were increased. They were, I think, around 800 square metre minimum, and they increased to 1,000. That was to reflect the impact of stormwater runoff. The stormwater situation in both Clive and Whakatū, you know, is problematic, and so the larger section sizes meant, you know, there wasn't quite as much runoff from larger sections, so that was the reason for that.
And they are the same right throughout Clive and Whakatū. You seem to think that there was difference between Clive and Whakatū.
Yes, no, they're the same right throughout.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, I've got some empathy for the Whakatū residents. I just wondered, we talk about noise volume, you know, decibels and all the rest of it, but do we also take into account the type of noise? Because I remember him talking about the reverse beeping, and that's pretty intrusive. And the other one is containers. Yeah, you bang a container, it's like a whacking great drum, and the noise just echoes round and round. So are there other measures that determine noise beside the actual decibel rate?
Tonal noise is difficult. It is mainly measured on like noise maximums or noise averages over a time period. So tonal ones are quite difficult to deal with. But there is a general section in the Resource Management Act that requires people not to make excessive noise, and that those kind of tonal measures can be taken into account, or unreasonable noise, and those tonal measures can be taken into account through that section of the Act.
So how would we get that into either the local plan or whatever? Because I think he's right, the speaker that spoke to us this morning. Yeah, it's not just the volume. In fact, you can put up with a very loud noise so long as it's consistent. But when you get these sort of sharp noises rocketing through the night and beeping of reversing vehicles, that needs special treatment, particularly when it's close to a to a residential area.
And that's why a significant amount of council enforcement goes into those areas. And sometimes there are particularly companies who are blamed for all the noise, but it actually is sometimes it's not them. Sometimes the procedures let them down, as Darren said. You know, they've got new people who do things wrong, but there are also other people in that area, and it's tracking them down in the middle of the night, finding out where the noise source came from. So it is a very, very difficult thing to do. But we do pursue that, and you know, as he gave the example of that high pitch fan noise.
Yep.
Some people can hear it, some can't. The loggers probably won't pick it up. So a lot of those ones that disturb people have to be investigated. And also, some of those companies run CCTV, and so you go back over the CCTV, there was no truck arriving or no steel bins being delivered. So it was someone else in the proximity, and it's quite difficult to track those down.
Okay, I don't know where to go from here, but can we do something?
So we did, we had a meeting, and I think we are going to organise another Whakatū industry leaders meeting. We'd had one about 18 months ago, didn't we, Anne? And we brought all the parties to the table actually, and identified and everybody spoke, and I think it's time probably to have another one of those to just identify some of the challenges that the community are facing. So after that, they made significant improvements. And particularly with forklifts, didn't they? And at times when they were going to be lifting containers and all those sorts of things, and work with the community, just need to go back to it, I think. Councillor Corr.
Just very quickly, and it's what John was touching on there. There's a lot of frustration about enforcement on noise and being able to track it down and to stop it. So I think besides installing noise devices, there's going to be an expectation that there's follow-up to stop excessive noise.
I think that's already there now, Elwyn. It's been a fair amount of time.
Sorry, what's already there?
We already do a lot of that work because of the noise.
Councillor O'Keefe.
Just very quickly, we bike through there in the mornings through the industrial area, and cyclists call it the Mad Mile. That's exactly what it is. It's horrific, absolutely horrific. I've taken a couple of, Simon and I took a couple of our officers there to show them. Literally the Mad Mile.
Thank you. So we can look at what that means too at our community hui. Okay, moving on to Omahu community, submission number 55, 135 and 156. On your officers' comments on page 6 and 7, Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to support the officers' comments, particularly around community plan, because I think a lot of these other issues that have been brought up will be covered off by that.
I think they've got the makings of a very good community plan. I think it's a well put together submission. Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Hear, hear.
Any further comments on those submissions? Councillor Barber.
You know, just to say that Omahu is a very important community for the Māori community especially. They have the largest marae in the Heretaunga Tamatea district. And as the largest marae is often used for the biggest hui, the biggest tangi, etc., etc. And they have been a bit of an outlier over the years, as noted in their submission, in terms of getting some of the support that they probably deserve and have deserved for a long time. So, yeah, definitely support a community plan and an opportunity for them to get some uplift out there for the whānau.
Thank you, Councillor Barber. Right, moving right along now to individual submissions, non-funding implications.
Could I just make a comment first, Sandra, just on the Omahu submission, because there's...
Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, the Omahu submission, just before you depart
Yes.
that one. There's a thing about public transport, which tends to be one of my favourite subjects. We've got to be, I know it's a recommendation to regional, but we just need to be careful because the usage of public transport is going down at a considerable rate. And I tend not to support adding additional destinations, particularly smaller ones, because it really just costs more and carries almost nobody. So I'd just like to make that comment for some caution.
Forward to supporting the regional council, and they're coming in to talk to us about their new public transport initiative. So we look forward to hearing about that. Okay, so we'll start now with number 14, or we do that now?
Well, if you're comfortable. Yep.
So we'll start with number 14, which is Mr. Simon Scannell and the officers' comments.
So councillors, just in terms of process, what we're now doing is working through methodically through the remaining individual submissions that we started doing when we had a gap before. So what you need is the officer comments document, and that's got those comments in submission number order, which we're working through. And obviously you've got the corresponding submission in whichever volume's appropriate in your submission volume. So that's the process here. These are what we've assessed as the remaining individual submissions that need to be addressed that don't have obvious funding implications, but if you feel there is one, then you could refer it to the funding session that we'll have after this. So we're up to submission 14, and that officer comments on page 14. You started a discussion on it last time. I wasn't sure you'd come to a resolution on it, and then we'll continue through from there.
Councillor Kerr.
Further to the discussions that we've had on this, I'm happy to support the officers' comments.
Any other comments on this? So this is looking at the upgrade of Queen Street East, 2026-27. So no change. As I said, I'd like to keep our contractors in town and just move around. There's so much delayed and deferred upgrades in our city and our footpaths. So if it can be done any sooner, I would certainly support it being done sooner. But you know, we have to put dates alongside our footpath upgrades in the CBD. But these people have been waiting for a very long time. You've seen the investment they've made in their hospitality, their accommodation. You all had a tour through it. Amazing accommodation in Queen Street. Okay, no further comments on that one. Next one. I've actually got up to 18.
Just clarify, Your Worship, so the next submission, number 15, is the one that you requested some further information overnight. Mr. Thew gave you that response this morning. I just wanted you to have the chance to receive that before you considered it.
Okay. Comfortable with that?
Happy to move or?
Yeah,
move
thank
forward?
you.
Yep.
Yep, cool.
Now you're on to 17.
Now on to 17. This is the Ron Georgie Park upgrade. And this is the area of changing rooms, etc., like we did. Sorry, 18?
No, it's not.
On page 16.
It's submission number 17, and the officer comments on page 16. It's routing the Paul Street submission that you received a verbal
Paul
submission
Street.
on.
I agree with that.
On Paul Street? Okay, you comfortable with that? Anybody else disagree with Paul Street? No? Okay. 18, Ron Georgie Park. I just wonder if we could look at upgrading those changing rooms, the sports club rooms, and use the funding from the Flaxmere Fund to do that in the next coming year. Councillor Barber?
So, Ron Georgie, who's, MAC don't use that park anymore? The Flaxmere Park, so who's using Ron Georgie now? Oh, well.
Would you come forward? Thanks, Colin.
Oh, Bridge Bar Rugby? Right.
Order, thanks.
Through you, Your Worship. So we have been working with Bridge Bar Rugby, who have been talking about moving from the regional sports park, but we've delayed that move at the moment. But we are aware that that club is growing bigger. We've made Ron Georgie Park available to their juniors this year, which
the club's grown to something like 9 teams, which is great to see. We've set some money aside in the budget to actually do improvements to the turf itself and look at some work on the changing room renovations that if they come ahead. But this submission, as with a number of them on those sports ground users, there's this, our comments about having a study on who goes where. We've got a shortage of parks and facilities, for instance, in Havelock, but when it comes to Flaxmere, we've got plenty of parks, but we haven't got necessarily the amount of people playing in them. We need to take a step back and do a proper rationalisation of what's going on here. And we also have the regional sports park as part of that mix as well. And we've been discouraging teams from wanting to hop from council to regional sports park because you've got 2 layers of investment, and this just doesn't make sense for the ratepayer. So we've got some, in terms of Ron Georgie, we're pretty well covered. We are talking with the groups too about what their future is and explain to them if they are moving around, we need time to work with Regional Sports Park and with our own budgeting to ensure we can cater for them. It's a bit more softly rather than knee-jerk reaction.
Okay, cool. So perhaps you could bring something back to us for next year's annual plan when we are.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
that would
cool.
be our intention.
Thank you. Any other comments, Councillor Sholem?
I'd support what you've just said then, Your
Okay,
Worship.
cool.
I think this is appropriate for an annual plan in the future.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Ollie?
Yeah, I just want to comment on the team, the Bridgepart team, who's been led by Ihaka in their efforts to promote not only Bridgepart but all of Hawke's Bay as a region when they do go to nationals such as league, and they've come away with some successful results. And yes, Ihaka, I do see he's a forward thinker and visionary, but with the league situation, when I used to play league at the regional sports park, I don't know what it is, but the pools have now taken up half of the fields, and I don't see it fit for a rugby league competition because it can get really busy there with a lot of teams paying interest. So, yeah, I do support the comments here, and yeah, looking forward to your work around it. Thank you.
Anything different to add, Councillor Baba?
Oh, just said that the Bridgepart Sports Club has started from nothing. And it's come a long way in a short amount of time. And in terms of communities that are struggling with gangs and things of that nature, having sports park or sports teams for them and the kids, it's a biggie. So they're definitely heading the right direction. It's just whether we can cobble together the amount of investment that we're talking about here. But the other thing is that MAC are just down the road, and probably just need to have I know MAC used to be at Ron Georgie, played them there many times, but have since moved to Flaxmere Park. So, yeah, just making sure everything's lined up so people are getting a good share of the.
Thanks, Councillor Baba. I think that, so you'll do some more investigating and bring us something back, Mr. Hosford. Cool, thank you very much. We'll move on to number 19, Rowan Sherwood, and that's land subdivision at Mangaroa. Councillor Kerr.
Your Worship, there's quite a few of these filtered through this.
Yes.
And I think they really do need to be referred to the spatial plan and captured in that space rather than, I don't believe they're part of a long-term plan.
Thank you. I agree. Councillor Sears, anything different to add?
Yes, I acknowledge that. I suppose it's really just a question to confirm to those that have submitted around this issue. Am I correct in my understanding that the land that's currently been rezoned and is in process for structure planning, etc., any other land currently marked in what's now HPUDs, there will be no other change or rezoning of anything until the spatial plan is complete? Is that a correct understanding?
Who would like to? Mr. Clues? Oh, thanks, Rowan.
Through you, Your Worship. I think this is a difficult situation. We do have what we call reserve areas in our HPUDs, which I think that's what you're referring to. But we also have, under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, a requirement to have at least 5 years' worth of land supply. So Mark Clues is in the process of developing our residential land assessment report, which we have to do under the NPS. That's due to be completed by the end of July, and that will give us a very good idea about how our demand and supply is working out. So I don't think we can rule out the fact that we might not need to bring something forward, and nor may one of the other priority areas fall over. So then we might need to draw on one of those reserve areas. So I think we just have to make sure we've got that in our back pocket in case, the demand is heightened or one of those other priority areas falls over.
Through you, Your Worship, a comment on that. I suppose my point is that for people submitting on new opportunities for land, or possibly even better opportunities for land than what we have designated as reserves in the past, or for those submitting on protection of land, and much of our reserve land is still some of our best quality land, it's a little bit disingenuous to say we're not looking at this because we're not doing anything because we're doing a spatial plan, where in fact we might be looking. And if we do find we need to look, is that not a time to possibly reassess how we're using HPUDs in the middle of a spatial plan to possibly do better than what we've currently got?
I think the difference with this, the reserve areas, is HPUDs has been through a whole community consultation process under the special consultative procedure. So the community has had the opportunity and to buy and oppose properties. So I think that's where the difference is between the reserve areas and the areas that are being put forward at the moment.
Thank you. Last comment, Your Worship. Just that I think there has been a change in our community's understanding or relationship to fertile plains, etc. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that, and we could capture that in all the comments to all the submitters about the land, that we will be considering all unfertile land in the future for any future development. I mean, it's as general as that. And it's because we need to be protecting our fertile soils. So it's yeah. I mean, so what it says here, I'm just not sure it says here, which is what Elwyn raised. So you might be going to talk to that. All right. So.
Yeah, I agree with Sophie's comments, but I think the issue is actually bigger than that, because we've had quite a number of these submissions this time round, and I note that many of them seem to be in areas not immediately adjacent to existing sort of intensive housing. So there's substantial extra costs. And I think if you look ahead, your eco sort of hat, if these areas all develop, people are just going to be travelling further and further and further and more in order to get to where, the centre of town. So they have to be included in our considerations, but I personally would not be supportive of including them in isolation, because I don't think this can be handled in isolation. We've got to go back to the the spatial plan before we can take that into account. But
thank you. I think that's what Councillor Kerr was.
If I could just add one comment, I think there's a bit of an opportunistic thing here that people with a piece of land out in the countryside, which I was one once, sort of see an opportunity of making some money by breaking it up into sections. And I think we've got to make sure they're not doing it for our good, they're actually doing it for their good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Corbyn?
Yes, I think what Councillor Sears was saying emphasises the importance and the urgency of having the spatial plan, and we need to build that into our response to the submitters. But I do have a question for Rowan, when you talk about 5 years supply, we recognise that we have got land available, but it's not being developed fast enough. So if it's available but not being developed fast enough, does that mean we've got to find more land for residential to meet that 5 year supply parameter?
That is a good question. I think it has to be, yes, available within that 5 year period. So obviously you can't bring land for double quick time. So I think it's 5 years worth of supply based on a rezoned proposal. I mean, we can't force people to develop their land. It's up to the market.
I'm not sure what that answer said. Anyway, we
that
can
means
talk later.
it's a struggle. It's a struggle.
It is a
So
struggle.
yes, you might zone land, but that doesn't mean it's going to be developed into new housing at any time soon. So it's not easy. So we look forward to that work coming back to us. When did you say, Mr. Clues, bring that work back?
It's the end of July.
End of July, okay. And so we'll have more of an understanding then. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, just on that, I mean, you've got these Johnny-come-latelys want to get into the mix, but then you've got some others that have been trying to do it for years. And I'm talking about submission 160, yeah. Raymond Road, yeah. I mean, it's on the reverse. You've got someone that's ready to, or been trying to develop. It's marginal. It's kind of on the, you know, it's on the teetering in the middle there somewhere in a murky area. But yeah, I think we just have to kind of cast that lens quite evenly across all of that. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about this when we get down there, but you know, it kind of applies to what we're talking about right here too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Comment. Kia ora.
Councillor Redstone?
And my comment was similar to that. There's two properties up on Raymond Road that are saying they're substandard as far as they're not fertile soils, but they're, because of the zoning, they're marked as fertile soils. And I wonder when we do the work, whether there's any opportunity to shift that boundary, because it's done on the road by the looks of it rather than on soil type. So just wondering about that, because they're struggling to develop, and here we have land.
Take on any specific cases at the moment. This is a general.
Just talking about how we do delineate between fertile soils and not.
I might be able to comment here that might be helpful. The national policy statement on high-value land that is due out at the end of the year, is going to place a requirement on the regional council to identify land that is high-value land under the national policy statement. So that will assist in, you know, showing up which areas of land may be suitable for future, you know, development if we need to consider those things. So that's a requirement for the regional council to undertake.
Yeah. Well, that's excellent. Thank you. Okay, so that takes care of 1920. I'm very comfortable with the response to John Ellison on our senior housing from the officers. Any comments on senior housing? Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question on when you're looking to do the work, please.
Through you, the Chair. We have started scoping out the project now, so the project team's already together, and so that will be happening, shortly.
Number 21, anonymous, about maintenance costs at the Hawke's Bay Aquatic Centre and Institute of Sport and Health. No comment on that. I think the officers' comments make it quite clear. Number 24, that's on Queen Square, about whether or not we'd put toilets into Queen Square. Any comments on that, or are you comfortable with the officers' comment? Councillor Nixon?
All I would say, because I go past there quite often on my bike, it doesn't actually get a lot of use. And I'm not sure that it would be the best location for additional toilets if we were to had a determination to put some in.
Okay, thank you. So, you're comfortable with the officer's comments about just keeping toilets in our main big parks? Number 26 is John Baker, a childcare facility parking in Duart Road, specific area for, parking. Can the officers manage to look after that for us, please, as an action? Thank you. No, we're just asking for an action for the office to look after that childcare facility parking to ensure that we have got sufficient areas. Okay, thank you. Great. Number 27, Frimley and Cornwall Parks, play areas for child safety, and that's around fencing. So it's a very good explanation there from Mr. Hosford. Councillor Sholem?
Yes, I support the officer comments around waiting for the reserve management plans as a place to consider any fencing that's required.
Thank you. Moving on to Stu Burden, road safety, tomato, oh, we had that submission, sorry. We've done that. Number 30. We heard the submission. Any comments on that one? So that was around road safety of Lawn Road. Yesterday, Stu presented. Councillor Kerr and then Councillor Redstone.
I feel for this gentleman and for the family, but council has just been through a speed limit review and the decision was made to retain this speed limit. And I don't know that there's anything else that we can do except wait for the next speed limit review process and ensure he's informed to be able to be part of that. So I support the officer's comments, but with empathy.
It'd be good if we could just keep an eye on those areas too. Thank you. Councillor Redstone?
I agree with Councillor Kerr. I'd just like to say that the serious accident noted in the submission was actually someone going through the stop sign at Richmond Road, nothing to do with speed on Mill Road, so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nixon?
The only comment I would make is, yeah, sometimes if you buy on an arterial route, you're going to have to expect a lot of traffic moving fairly quickly, otherwise it defeats the purpose of having the arterial route in the first place. Just a variation of the comment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nixon. Right, that's Anne Watson, 30, and that's about road safety and Ensley Road and Ensley Drive speed limits changing. So we didn't capture that last time either. Councillor Dixon.
So just a comment, Your Worship.
Yes.
When we change the speed on a main road, we often don't consider the side roads that come off it. Endersley Road is one of those. So we reduced the speed on Middle Road, but we didn't reduce the speed on Endersley Road. So that's still 100. There's no way you do 100 on that road, but we didn't change the speed limit.
Right, no.
So that's something to be aware of in the future.
So Mr. Thu, do we include and calculate those submissions in our next speed limit review?
Through Your Worship, that's the officer's comment, is to collate that through and let them know when we're doing the next speed limit. And in particular, obviously and they're also looking at some minor things that they can do in there. A 50k would be potentially a stretch unless there's more residential properties into that area, but that can get worked through the assessment at the time.
Thank you. Number 42, Catherine Thompson, events funding. Submitter suggests that the events should be user funded and run at a profit. Councillor's comments there, did you have a chance to look at those? Councillor Corbyn?
I support the officer's comments, but I'd just like to add to what the question that I asked yesterday, which was whether we could have a summary of the proposed economic benefit for the region from different events. And when I went home, I thought, well, we do see those reports about spend on FPOS or credit card or whatever, and they do it by week or by weekend or whatever, and whether we could match those events up with the spend, just to verify that those economic benefit forecasts are actually delivering.
Thank you. And Mr. Cameron said that they're going to pull that report together for you so you can understand the wider, but it's also the social wellbeing and events. So
Yes,
it's not just economic, it's social wellbeing. Thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a process question. I note we've moved past submission 31 and 39. Is there a reason why we've moved past those two?
Well, what we're doing is going through the submissions that don't have an obvious funding impact for you, and the rest will be on the sheet with the funding impact, so you can see them all together and make your priority decisions. So the MKK one, for example, which was skipped, is part of another MKK submission.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number 45. And this is about Copeland's land subdivision, which is the same response that Councillor Kerr said, that we need to be bringing all these together with that work that councillor officers are bringing to us. Everyone comfortable with that? Thank you. Number 48, and that is efficient toilets. Submitter suggests a process whereby old and efficient toilet systems are replaced and mandated standards are put in for new builds. We've got a officer's comments there. Is everyone comfortable with what has been said there? Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to support the submission, really, and comment that this could be part of what we've been talking around our eco-district strategy as becoming more prescriptive and creating more mandatory standards around a number of these things that could be helping in the environmental space.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Yeah, Your Worship, I slightly different view. I actually think that this is simply marketing. When we go out in summertime and talk about water, and please don't waste it, there's a line in there saying, please remember.
Thank you, education. Okay, great. So that concludes our individual submissions for non-funding implication. Oh no, it doesn't. Oh, we've got a few more on the back. Okay, number 52. Damn, I thought I'd done. Okay, only 110 to go. Number 52, Maria Van Dien? Good Dutch name.
I support the officer's comments.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Public transport? No further comments with that? We're comfortable with that? 53.
Can't we deal with that when the regional council comes?
Yes, absolutely. That's what regional council. Gillian Mangan.
Gillian Mangan, she's ex-MPI, might still be MPI.
Okay.
Your Worship, if I can just speak on the rate setting.
Yes.
It's not that long ago that we actually did some work on land value versus capital value. And I remember we came away from looking at the change going, oh, that's too big, Bruce is nodding, too big, too scary. Very hard process to go through, and we stayed with the status quo.
Yes, I recall that. Land versus capital. Councillor Sholem?
Just with regards to the water metering comments with that particular submitter, and the officer's comments around the fact that council is investigating the potential use of smart meters to provide real-time information to residents. Is there a time frame around that?
So at the moment, we're just testing. So we have a number of meters across the network just to get an indication of what houses are doing, as well as we have commercial properties are metered. So we're just looking at changing those devices over to understand where that technology is at, and also sharing information with other water other councils and other who are trialling in that technology space at the moment.
So is that...
We'll report back through Eco District and then back to strategy once we've got enough information to paint a picture.
Thank you.
Thank you. 54, Robert Haran, speed limit. Very happy with the comments from the officers about speed limits. Any comments on that one? Okay, 57, Roger Sinclair, rate settings. Council to reduce expenditure forecast to inflationary increases. Everyone's quite aware of that, aren't they? Thank you. 58, Terry Brown, infrastructure spending. Not wait until 10 years' time. make sure that we're renewing when we need to. Everyone comfortable with that? 58, 59, William Buchan, rate settings. Yes, yes, happy with the officer's comment. 61, Louise Praise.
So just to clarify that one, they were really comments that would have otherwise been on a tear-off slip in the consultation document, so they've been incorporated in that analysis that you previously considered. Yeah.
Thank you. 63, Walter's submission. So, Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Worship. Would just like to take particular note of some of the comments the submitter made around smart meters and solar panels on public buildings as ways that council can do their part for the environment, and just requesting information. Obviously, I've just heard from Mr. Thur about smart meters, but what are we doing in the way of the solar space?
The Regional Council got a fantastic situation at the moment of encouraging solar investment and incentive. So when the Regional Council comes in, I think that we need to fully understand what they are doing and then what our role is.
Specifically talking about our assets though, and what we're doing to look at that.
Our
so
assets.
Public buildings.
Through you, Worship, historically, as we've gone through major rebuilds, for example, when we did this building, we've looked at opportunities at the time. It's fair to say that that technology has moved along and the return on investment's changed somewhat. So one of the items noted in the Eco District, us being a good environmental citizen, is that as that type of project is reviewing what are the opportunities for us to do. At the moment, we have no budget to make widespread changes in installation. But the technology is now into a place where we can start thinking about that, particularly as projects are happening, but we haven't done a general review of sites and opportunities just yet.
Through you, Your Worship, that is an action point that I'd like to see recorded, that for the future officers do come back with a review of opportunities for council, so that can be considered as part of a future annual plan process.
Solar on our buildings.
Shouldn't
It's something that come through eco strategy. If that's what the committee thinks needs to be investigated, a significant investment. So we need to have a wider view from other councillors that that's something you'd look at. Thank you. Councillor Corbyn.
Water leakage came up with Federated Farmers as well, and also with not water leakage but water use, which appears to be twice as high in Hastings District as residential as in other areas. When do you think the reduced pressure in the pipes will kick in for a start, and when we'll be able to start to measure the benefits of that? Because in here it indicates 10 years' time, which seems a very long time frame.
Through you, Your Worship, so the key piece of infrastructure that needs to be in place for the main pressure, the next stage of the pressure reduction, is the completion of Waiaraha and the full implementation of the booster pump station. What that allows us to do is run the lower area, the flat area of Hastings, Havelock, Bridgepa and Pakipak at a lower pressure, and then we lift the pressure up on the hill. So until Waiaraha is complete, the big pressure change, the remaining pressure change won't occur. The time frame is also about our renewal program, which works through ongoing renewals, which will see infrastructure replaced, which also reduces some of the leakage that's occurring. So the time frame is a combination of the pressure reduction and the ongoing renewals and replacements.
And I'm not sure how we measure leakage. We know what's being delivered from the main pump, but we don't know what's been delivered to residential houses.
So we do an through you, Your Worship, we do an investigation using those samples of household meters, the commercial meters, and maintenance records. So there's a calculation that's done to provide a best estimate. You're correct, because we don't have every household metered. We don't know exactly the losses in the system between our pump and the house. But similarly, even when you meter every house, you don't fully know, apart from people have very high high personal use where there's leakage inside the private property. And that was one of the key learnings of Kapiti when they put meters into the households there. They highlighted some properties with astronomical water use within leakages inside the private, on the private infrastructure side.
Oh, thank you. If I remember this correctly, this submitter 63 also mentioned about savings regarding our aquatic centres, and I just wanted to make sure that that would be included in the scope of our aquatic review, or if it is included, savings.
Yes, more efficient at our pools, yes, more efficiency at our pools.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Yeah, that's certainly something we can have a look at through the review. I don't think it's currently in scope, so we need to add it.
Thank you. Councillor
Yeah, thanks. I haven't gotten back the original notes, but on the submissions we're looking at, we get a lot of talk around the table about photovoltaic power generation, and yet we've yet to see anything come back to us from officers on the efficiency, the financial implications and so on. I just wonder if some stage we could dig some information out that's meaningful to us, and then we can pass that on to the wider community, because really it's hard to know. I asked about it recently, and apparently because I got a tile roof, it would be a major problem to install it. Now, I didn't know until I asked the question, and I just wonder how many other people know that that might be a problem.
Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I suggest that the action point around the solar or new builds and retrofitting of any of public-owned buildings with a green lens comes back to eco-districts for a scope of what the report needs to look at and how we might do it in a timeline to bring back to council?
Yes. Does everybody want that as an action? Councillor Redstone?
Yes, please, and can I add into that rainwater retention tanks and whether we can help with that?
Yes, there's a submission on that, so that's coming up. Okay, cool. Right, so one more before we break. Mana Whenua, local artists, influence in city design. Tiaranga Cultural Design Guide and the work that's going on in the CBD. Everyone comfortable with that? Support that? Yes, cool. Stop at 65. John McNamara, infill housing and intensification. Good design, incentives and regulation. Comfortable with that? That's exactly what our new design guide is showing and our medium density strategy. Okay, then we'll break for our...
I do have a question.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Owen,
yeah.
yes.
It says infill, yeah, so by the end of the 30-year period, infill development meets 60% of the housing needs of the district. Is that a realistic aspiration? That's a lot of infill.
Anyone like to comment on that? Rowan?
Yes, that was an objective that was set through the HPUD's review and the community. There was different models put forward for the community to consider under HPUD's back in 2010. And one of those models was around, a greater level of intensification. And at that stage, it was, 60% greenfields and about 35% infill, which we hadn't really got up to that at that stage then either. But that was the model that the community wished to aspire to. So that's what we're supposed to be transitioning to.
Yep, so that was done, what, 5 years ago? About 5 years ago?
That was done in 2010. That model was put forward and went through the whole community consultation process.
So 11 years down the track, our percentages aren't much different to that?
No. No, you need other ways, incentivisation and all those sorts of things. It doesn't happen on its own. Thank you. Okay, we'll break for 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, everyone, 10 past. Can we gather everyone back up, please? Thank you, Geraldine. Can you rally round? Yep. Oh, and where is everybody out there? Yes. Okay. Cool. Are you going to put it up now, Lex? Okay. Simon, where's he? Maiden? Letty? Right, kia ora koutou. We resume our meeting for our long-term plan. And councillors, while we're still fresh after our break, I would like to change, and in front of you, the summary of the rating requirement, financial requirement. I'd like to do that now, please. So this will be up on the screen. We're not going through all of the written submissions. We'll come to those afterwards. The non-financials, these are the really important and big ones. These impact our rates, and that's what I'd like us to focus on now. So up there is a bit different from your sheet that you received yesterday. Yes, we might need a hard copy. It's a bit hard to see.
Yeah, well, the hard copy won't completely reflect what's up there.
Oh, okay.
Is there some way we can know what changes?
Sorry? One moment, please. I'll just talk to Lex, please, with what we've got here. We've got something here.
So we've got a handout here, which is 98% of what's on the screen. But you've made some decisions during the course of today that we haven't been able to catch up to print out. So if you're happy just working through the screen, or if you want an updated sheet, I'm happy to distribute it if you want. But we can blow that up if it's not entirely readable for you. We're just going to work through line by line methodically, so you'll get to see it.
You just might not want to see that. So you can see here around.
Since the draft went out, the draft long-term plan went out to our community, there were recommendations from council, and that's the first two. Drinking water program, 6.8 million, which came to council with a recommendation, and the representation review, $80,000. So we have those two to start with. As you'll see, the rating implications for the representation review and the drinking water program, $6.8 million, has been adjusted in a targeted rate. Councillor Kerr? Oh, Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Worship. Just looking for clarification around the RA1 and RA2 split. Am I correct in my assumption that the quantum that's been put down for each rating area is based on population?
So through you, Your Worship, I answer that. So that goes through our uniform annual general charge. So it's based on the per property charge. So each property is effectively paying the same amount. So it's spread across the district like that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Corbyn.
The 6.8 million for the drinking water, that's not to do with the Waiaroha enhancement. That's the shortfall in the increased cost of the functional side of it. Yeah.
Yes, okay, so that's that paper that you signed off on maybe 2 months ago? Yes. Okay, so any comments on those two, the first two items there? All right, so the submissions are funded from existing budgets. And we'll start with the first line, Clive Community Garden. So that has been funded, officers are suggesting that be funded from existing budgets. What do we feel about that? Yes, happy with that? Anyone against? Okay, the next one is the Marakako submissions, signage, traffic safety. And the request was 25,000. Councillor suggesting that would come through existing budgets. Councillors comfortable with that direction?
Just a question, Your Worship, do they actually need 3 signs? That's what they were asking for, do they need 3 signs?
I think that's working with the community plan and understanding what they do need, but it's a provision that they've asked for 25k and the officers are saying they've got budget for the signage for their town centre. Is that correct, Colin? Correct. Thank you. Anyone not comfortable with that? Thank you. Enviro schools?
Excuse me, Your Worship.
Oh, councillor Sears.
I think that's also for some of the road calming, isn't it, Colin, or is that just the signage?
So it's
Yes.
traffic safety.
Yes.
It says traffic safety and signage.
It's not just 3 signs, councillor, it's the road as well.
Thank you. Councillor Corbyn?
On Enviro schools, we had 2 requests for 15,000 each. One was from the submitter yesterday, and the other one was from the regional council.
Through your worship, I think you'll find they're essentially the same thing, but being asked through different avenues.
They are the same thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One is the Anderson Park developments. And can you just explain what that is?
Perhaps I can do that. So through your officer comments, you got a substantive officer comment from Mr. Hosford, and went through a range of items, and the submitter went through those as well on the screen. So they've all been addressed, and the submitter was more than happy with those actions. So they all got pinged off. I think there might have been about 10 of them, Mr. Hosford, and really all that left that was up, which is why the notes there is the actual Anderson Park ceiling, and you'll come to that shortly. But in terms of a lot of those lower level actions, officers have addressed those.
So that was the power, there was a whole list of them. I can tell you which page that's on if you would like to have a look at that. Sorry, Damon, 65? Wendy, you're right there? Yeah, sorry. Cool. People comfortable with that? That's just out of existing budgets for those upgrades on Anderson Park?
No.
Okay, no comment? Oh, Councillor Kerr?
Your Worship, I support this. I note it's to be loan funded.
Which one are we talking about?
Anderson, oh, sorry.
No, I'm just back on Anderson
Sorry.
Park.
Yeah, my
Councillor
apologies.
Sears?
Well, I'm actually back on Enviro schools because I didn't know we'd actually moved on for there, which is why I asked Councillor Sholem. But this budget's coming from waste minimisation. Is that correct?
Substantially through the Waste Management Fund, but also a bit of a co-share with the water team as well. But yeah.
Okay, well, I'm happy to support it. Yeah, but
coming
if
out
it's
of existing
From
budget.
the officer comments, the split.
Yes, that's what I was trying to find.
Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, just one of the points I raised yesterday was just around the alternative uses of the park on the other side of the stream and what we can actually do around prevention of that.
Anderson Park developments. Sorry, no.
Oh, no, sorry,
so-
I'm not referring to growth studies. I'm referring to
No.
go-karts and stuff ripping up the grass and cars parking on the other side, and just asking what we can do to stop that from occurring.
Thank you, Colin.
The Anderson Park area is for you, Madam Mayor, the Anderson Park area is causing us a number of issues, in particular with vehicles, and we have repaired chains that are on bollards that encircle the park, probably in the vicinity of 10 times in the last 2 months. We've had police go to houses there's a level of antisocial behaviour that is difficult for us to control apart from involving the police itself. In terms of trying to get better use of the park as well, we have set aside money next year for levelling out those fields on the Lipscomb side to try to actually improve the playability and to actually extend it.
I wouldn't be supportive of anything happening over there until any of that is resolved, because every Saturday those fields are getting ripped up.
Well, as I say, the best we can do is keep going back to the police and trying to. We know of vehicles that are getting in, they're accessing through the park to get to their houses, but we haven't had a lot of complaints that have come through us about vehicles. So now that you've brought it to our attention, maybe we need a police presence on Saturday mornings, Saturday afternoons, yeah. Well, we can follow up on that.
Right, I'll have that as an action with the police. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next part is the other public submissions with a financial implication. And let's start with this Anderson Park car park. If councils, I'll start with Councillor Scholler. I was going to say councillors had a mind.
Thank you, Worship. While I appreciate the need for car parking in Havelock North, we do still have the potential of the New World site in a year's time to go back to and look at. And I'm just wondering if we need both sites in such a short space of time if the current supermarket site does become viable to purchase.
So just some opening comments from me if I can, and then so I think the conversation that we've had on the New World site is, you know, the indications are it's going to be a year away before we get any indication around whether it's for sale. We know no resource consent's been applied for yet for a new supermarket, so it's potentially much further than a year away in terms of, you know, there's an alternative site for a supermarket and a new supermarket built. So I think, you know, clearly we've got some work to do around parking in Havelock North. What's not going to change, whilst we've got some direction that we can't go with a targeted rate as is currently proposed, doesn't change the fact we've got some pretty big parking pinch points in Havelock North right now.
If I may, a follow-up question. So the amount that's been put within this spreadsheet,
Yes.
it looks to be loan funded. Is there any reason why we wouldn't do a targeted rate on that?
Mr. O'Shaughnessy?
This is on the
Yes.
Anderson Park.
Anderson Park.
Car park.
Yeah. So we haven't consulted on a targeted rate, and that would be why it would be loan funded of $10,000.
What is the process if we want to consult on it? What is the process and how long would that take?
Through your worship, so to make a change to a targeted rate, we'd want to incorporate that through an annual plan, at least. I think one of the rationales around loan funding as opposed to funding of this through the Havelock North targeted rate is just the broader use that this car park would have over and above the sort of the more CBD parking that is related to the targeted rate. So that's sort of the rationale behind that, is it's more broader on its use.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers? Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. Just a point of clarification. Are we looking now at everything below the line, or are these included in the 8%?
These are included, right?
Are these all included in the 8% that's up there now? Or everything we...
Yeah, just for clarity, what we've done is everything's basically switched on at the moment, and that was to show you the impact of approving everything, which you needed to know. Every time you make a decision now not to do something to a different level, or reduced level, will reduce that. 7.7%, which it shows currently. 6.8%, which is starting position that you went out in the draft. If you were to approve all those submissions, they total 800,000, which adds broadly 1% to the rates, and that was to give you an indication of what the impact would be. We can turn them all off if you want to have a different view, but at the moment, that view would be a declining view, that 7.7%, as you did not approve things if you didn't approve them.
So
And
let's
if you
just-
don't approve anything, you'll get back to 6.8%.
Okay. Comments on the Anderson Park car park, councillor Watkins? You're going to wait? Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, I actually wonder how urgent it needs, because we own the land, don't we? So
Yes.
if we do it a year after, it's not actually going to affect our ownership of the land. The question I've got really is, if the supermarket New World does shift, and I'm not talking about us buying the land, they will presumably take a whole lot of the parking requirement down to their new site. I mean, when I'm there, I can see what people are doing. You know, it sort of crosses over the parking that's council parking and the supermarket car parking. I just wonder whether, if they shift, part of the problem won't be solved simply by supermarket going somewhere else. And therefore, I'm questioning whether we really need to allocate that 200 grand upgrade right now.
So what the chief executive's just said, that, you know, we have no certainty over any future car parking in Havelock North. We do own that car park, and you know, it's whether or not you think that we need car parking there at this area now. That's the
Any
question.
other time I would have supported it, to be honest, and I know I have in the past, but I just, you know, and 8% is a hell of a lot of money.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. I've been a bit of a dog to the bone with this one, but upon reflection, I'm sort of changing my view a little bit. Unfortunately, John, and I'm not sure whether this is a good or a bad thing, but my biggest observation of that car park is actually would be a Friday evening and a Saturday in regards to sports.
Yeah.
The rest of the week, and when I go to the gym sometimes at lunch break or whatever, and there's always car parks available in there. So it's actually not necessarily needed for car parking for those that are working in the CBD. And the other observation is that more or less every New World supermarket staff member presently parks in Te Ati Road. And then they park there or Middle Road, and they walk through to the New World supermarket. So if anything, there'll be a change in dynamics there when the supermarket moves elsewhere. But yeah, I think the more important aspect of that car parking is used for more sports on the Friday, Saturday, and I don't know whether it needs to be therefore as such a big spend. It's just a clearing of that site a little bit.
Can someone just explain, do people park there now? Can they access it at the moment? Without?
2 Saturdays ago I was there, and there would have been 8 to 9 cars parked in there, in no order at all. They were just sort of, just parking up in there and all sorts of angles.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dixon?
I was going to suggest that it perhaps needs some surface just resealing or just some levelling. They've taken away all the buildings, and that car park could get away with a shingle base or something, just some tidying up, rather than put the money in now early. But it's 40 car parks, but if they just cleared the site and made it level, it'd be fine.
Mr. Thurr, is that a possibility? Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. Councillor Kerr?
I'm going to recommend that this one is removed, and if anything brought back through next year's annual plan, once we know how often it's used during the week. I just feel I don't have enough information, which is my issue, to approve this, having heard the comments around the room.
Other speakers? Councillor Barber?
Yeah, similar to Councillor Harvey, when I've gone to the physio there, spend heaps of car parks during the week. I think we maybe look at, just parking for now. But, you know, doing what Councillor Dixon's saying, temporary kind of a measure, just a bit of a touch-up until we get some clarification on what's going to happen with New World. I think we can make do.
Do any of the officers over there who have been lobbied by various parties want to say anything, please, just so we get their facts?
I tend to agree with councillor Harvey, that it is a big pinch point on the weekends, Fridays and on Saturday in particular. I will make the comment though, and this is, I know I made a trip to a doctor's visit there a couple of weeks ago during the day, and again, it was a Friday, it was a Thursday, and that the parking on Middle Road went all the way down over the bridge down towards Upham Street, and it was similar on Te Ati Road. So I think if it was sealed, it would certainly get used, because those people who are working in those shops, once they realised it was open, and the Business Association have pushed pretty hard for a number of years for that, and certainly from a sports perspective, on the days that we talked about, it would get well used. The other option is, as was raised, whether we do just gravel it, spend a bit of money clearing it up, because there are bits and pieces that would need to be cleaned up in there, but that would be maybe a cheaper option. You might get away with re-levelling it and shaping it for around sort of $25,000-$30,000, and if that was done to the standard that in future, if you want to come back and seal it, it wouldn't be a waste. That there would be some sense in that.
Okay. Councillor, sorry, Bruce.
I just on funding of that, Your Worship, if we were to do that option, that would be rates funded, because it's such a short-term use, would actually have a higher short-term cost on rates for this PE1 and PE2.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would be reluctant to spend any money on anything to do with car parking until we've seen the parking and transport strategy plan back to us, and then make decisions based on that. So I'm supporting Councillor Kerr that it's removed.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Shaw.
I too support the removal at this stage, mainly because it seems there's other options, and it may be more appropriate to bring this through again an annual plan process where we've got more information.
Councillor O'Keefe.
I'm happy to go with Councillor Harvey's. That's local knowledge right there.
Yeah,
that's everyday knowledge in the trenches. And I'm inclined
Councillor
to go with
Harvey and I have been to the last 2 years of AGMs, and we have been lobbied very loudly to have this park sealed. So very loud and clear, because we've provided no car parking in Havelock North for a very long time, is what we've been told.
Just a question. What's the substance we use, on shingle roads to cut down the dust? What do we call it? Is that, no, not tar seal, there's another one. There's another name for it. No. They spread it over shingle roads just to mitigate the dust. Because I read it in one of your recommendations. Chili or... Is that an option?
That's different again.
Is that an option?
Different again. Okay, it's not an option, Mr. Thu said.
There you go.
Councillor Lawson?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just interested to know if it's used at the moment in its current state.
So, yes, it is being used, but ad hoc and cars all over the place, because the other problem with it at the moment, it has actually got fencing up around it. So it's how they weave their way into it, and therefore whoever parks first makes everyone else park however they park. So if we get some formality around it and actually get the fencing down and stuff, I think that would be a good enough option.
Okay, so within existing budgets, Mr. Hosford, we could manage doing something like that? No? So
It's not real.
It's not real, okay? So our chief has said doing nothing there without any budget's not real, okay? So you're either going to do it or you're not going to do it.
Your Worship, I don't know if you need recommendations for each of these individually, but I haven't heard anybody speak for this.
I'm speaking for it.
Oh, well, I'm going to put a recommendation that says we remove it.
Okay, you remove it? All right, that's general consensus.
I'd oppose that. I think if it had some treatment, it would provide 40 car parks. For 25,000, you could tidy it up, no problem at all.
Same.
I support that.
I think I think there's the opportunity to
something done
utilise
to
it,
it.
but it's not $200,000.
Yeah, okay.
And just to clarify, I mean, we can come back with some numbers, but to Bruce's point, just to be clear, we can spend $25,000 or $30,000 on some short-term stuff, that will be $25,000 or $30,000 in year one as rates funded, not $10,000, and loan funding $200,000.
Okay.
Just so you're very clear.
Okay, so do you need some more time on this one? Like, to me, it's just like a no-brainer to get it fixed up. All right, so raise your hands if you, Colin, is there anything you could do with it?
Yeah, we're gonna do.
Let's go to the next one. We're going to have 2 minutes. Baden, do you want to add anything different? We're going to talk about 2 minutes if there's anything they can do, but we don't want it rates funded. It's the last thing we want.
Yeah, I'm hearing the financial kind of argument here. I'll see what they come back with, but
Look,
as I'm sitting there thinking, I mean, it's going to cost more. It's going to cost more to put a bit of shingle down than to seal it up. You know, that's what I'm hearing. To the ratepayer anyway. What's that? Yeah, no, you're taking that alone, but
Ian?
Oh, just that the business association said that the people working there weren't keen to walk at night, so that's not an option. So I'd tend to go for the cheap fix, if any, and put it into our budgets now.
Can I suggest a way forward, Your Worship? And let's put the 30,000 in for what has been asked, and then just see what the figures are at the bottom when we get having approved or not approved everything. And then we can come back to it in half an hour's time or an hour's time, and we may reflect differently on it.
Okay.
If that's of help going forward?
Yep. So everyone comfortable with that direction? Yep, cool, thank you. Next one is the Whakatū community doing their roading, bringing forward their roading instead of 5 years, bring it forward. This is reflecting on the submissions we've had from Whakatū today.
Yep.
The improvements are road calming of Railway Road and also, Craig, you explain.
Through your worship, I'll send a copy of the concept plan out to you all. I've just sent Lockie an email for it. But in short, there's about 14 or 15 devices to go across Whakatū. So along Railway Road, 4 road narrowings, along Station Road, 2 road narrowings, 2 road blisters, along Naroa Ave, a number, and along Buckingham Crescent, some intersection changes. So there's about 16 interventions across the community, which sums in the order of $600,000 if you did them all in one go.
So councillors Corbyn and Redstone have been working with our staff and with the community for a long time to look at this roading for Whakatū. And I'll start with Councillor Corbyn.
I think the last figure that I saw was about 400 to 450,000 to do that work. So I'm wondering where the 600 came from.
That was from Lockie earlier today. They're just working through on the more detailed breakdown. When you start doing the detailed design, you find some of the other issues you have to work through. So the current working estimate is $600,000. There was additional work along Darren Titchbourne Street around the intersections and some of the treatments that were added in by the community. So I think this is the piece that needs to come back. Putting the budget aside is one thing, and then going to district development in the community around what's finally put in terms of the full scheme.
And then that 31,408 represents what, interest and principal on a loan over what period? Pardon me? 25 years.
It's unlikely that we're going to get all that done in the first year anyway. So, you know, it's probably a staged project, Craig, and I think that councillors need to understand that. And if that goes back through a subcommittee, then that's the way where it should be too. But this is a provision to say, instead of doing this over 5 years, let's bring it forward. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, look, I've got a lot of sympathy for people of Whakatū, but 600,000 seems a lot for traffic calming. That, I mean, what happens if we put calming measures in and then the trucks keep going over it and you get these enormous crashes all through the night, which I think is what will likely happen. I think we should spread it out over a longer period and therefore spread the cost. I would suggest maybe bring it down to 200,000 in the first round and just check that we are achieving what we're going to achieve, that what we want to achieve.
Any officers comment on that? Councillor Kerr? Mr. Thu?
Through your worship, officer's recommendation in the report to you recommends a staged approach, just to do some of them, see how it works, and then if necessary do more. But the discussion in your earlier debate was to actually have that communication and discussion with the community to check their desires and their and if there is a staged approach, their buy-in to a staged approach or not.
Can we change, are we able to change the figure in line with that just to see, because this is going to start having a cumulative effect, which we need to see.
Through your worship, and just in terms of Councillor Nixon's request, if you look at year 2, if you spread it over 2 years, you'd have the same effect by the end of year 2 anyway, if you staged it in 2 parts.
Okay, Councillor Kerr?
Once again, I think this is something that still needs work on. I think there was some comments around refreshing the Whakatu community plan. I don't understand the level of consultation with the community, whether they all actually want these 16 different interventions. So my comment would be no this year and work it up so it's available for the community.
Already provision this year to do Railway Road as per the officer's comments.
So I would support the officer's comments.
I'd like to hear from the ward councillor, please. Councillor Redstone.
Thank you. My concern would be if you just do Railway Road, that the trucks will just use Station Road, so that's actually not going to achieve anything as such. The other thing I'd love to bring up, and I don't know how we would go about this, is I'd like to close off the residential from the industrial altogether, and that could be achieved by shutting off Anderson Road.
Okay, so there is still work to do.
There is,
okay, all right.
but I still think we need to proceed
with some budget provision.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, support the, what's currently being proposed. And I think, you know, you're going to go back to the community, you're going to have a talk, and you'll be able to get some direction there. But I think if you've got the 600 in the budget, I think you'll be well covered.
Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, so the 70 that's already been allocated, that's in this year's budget?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm supportive of the comments on the basis that the community meeting and discussion around noise control and noise monitoring, etc., goes with it.
Okay. Councillor Barber, you have spoken. Councillor Harvey?
Thank you. No, I'm in full support of this one. I think they have battled away, and that was a pretty compelling presentation earlier today, and I think we need to try and assist that community as much as we can.
Thank you. Councillor Corbyn?
I'm in support as well.
Thank you. So, Councillor Lawson?
All right. I'm in support of it as well. I think that there are other issues that need to be sorted through, and that hopefully might be covered by a review of the community plan, but in the meantime, I'm supportive of the additional amount.
Councillor Kerr, did you want to add anything? I've got Councillor I just wanted to ask a question of clarification, just checking with the officer's comments, that there's 150,000 already budgeted. The calming works for Railway Road are budgeted and will be implemented in year 1 and 2, so there will be works done in existing budgets.
Yes, so you think it'll be another 600 on top of that 150, Mr. Thu?
Sorry, no, 600 is the total cost.
But we've got 150 in existing budget, so we need to bring that back to 450, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, thank you, team. Bring that back to 450. Thank you. Okay, so I'll have a show of hands, please. How many are interested in keeping this in at 450? Show of hands, please. Yeah, that's majority. Okay, thank you. The next one is Len Quenoa, the museum grant. I wouldn't support any more. We've already given some money towards this. Any, Councillor Travers?
Yes, I agree. In fact, even the letter from Don McKinnon, it was an afterthought at the very end of the letter, recognising the fact that we had already given. And my understanding is that not many other places have. And I would like to see, given that Cambridge is actually a sister city to Le Quinois, I would like to see them put their hand in their pocket first. And I think that this is actually a government responsibility. So we gave 5,000. I think we were one of the few districts who actually did any such thing. And so I don't think we need to go there again. Even though it's a very worthy project, it doesn't need to be on us.
Thank you, Councillor Travers. Any speakers in a different view? No, we all support that. We remove that.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're differing view, Councillor Sears?
I'd like to go, can I go back one? Back to ask a clarification question back on Whakatū?
Yes.
Can I just check with officers that the Waka Kotahi reduced funding, will that impact directly on this?
Through you, Your Worship, the money that was identified was out of the safety investment funds, and we haven't had notification from them on the status of that improvement program yet in terms of their support on that side.
Different pool. Thank you.
The next one is the
I'm not going to support this till I know more from the business association about this.
Not so much a different view, but do we have cameras there, or are we just going to rely on gates?
There's cameras. Thank you very much.
Needed.
Okay, thank you. We're just going to get some more information. We removed that at the moment. Havelock North Vibrancy Initiative. Councillor Sholem did give us a direction with that today when she talked to the president of the association, Debbie. Anyone got any different views? Councillor Sholem?
Just on that point, so I asked a question about whether or not the business association would be receptive to potentially sharing the existing vibrancy fund that exists for the Hastings City Centre. But what I'd quite like to do as an action point out of this is ask staff to come back to us on the implications of that before any decision's made. I don't support establishing a whole new fund. I just don't think our community can weather this much of a rates increase which this contributes to. So I don't support this proposal, but I do support a report coming back as to what we do with the existing vibrancy fund.
So, sorry, Councillor Sholem. Any other views? Yes, I've got Councillor Nixon.
Well, just a question. Just remind me, this is not targeted, this is general rates funding. Is that correct? General rates, yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's only 10,000, I suppose. There's no loan attached to it, so maybe I'll go with that.
It's not 10,000.
Councillor Travers.
So during
the officers took a stab at the officer comments, if you were of a mind, and just put a 10, then a 20, then a 30, just to get you started if you're of a mind. There's no recommendation or anything attached to that.
Councillor Sholem has suggested that Havelock is part of the Hastings Vibrancy Fund, is that right?
Correction, Your Worship, what I've asked is for a report to come back on the implications of that. So
Right.
not to fund a separate fund at this point. Ask
Yes.
officers to come back and make recommendations over whether or not Hastings and Havelock should share the existing fund.
I'm very supportive of your recommendation. Does others support Councillor Sholem's recommendation?
No. I support no funding.
Yeah.
Well, we're not funding at the moment, but she's saying that could Havelock be part of the Hastings one? Yes, everyone supports that. Anyone contribute?
No.
Right, Councillor Travers.
Okay, so during the course of the submissions, we have heard issues around lack of parking and terrible traffic problems in Havelock North, which would presuppose that there is no lack of vibrancy. In fact, there seems to be an absolute excess of vibrancy. So in fact, we would only exacerbate existing problems were we to give them some more funding to liven themselves up even further.
Okay, so I think that Councillor Sholem's recommendation is actually to have a look at the Vibrancy Fund, and let's leave it with the team who do that, with Damon and Wendy, and let's have a look at how we do use that Vibrancy Fund. And I think we bring a report back so everyone can understand. Any contra views? Oh, Councillor Sears.
No, I do support it, but just in terms of being able to view this more easily, on our sheet, we actually see the request line, which has disappeared off this, which is why Councillor Nixon thought it was 10,000, but we're missing the line that shows actually the request.
It wasn't a request, the officers just said.
They've only got down to 85 now.
Okay.
I think we've got a direction, thank you. I don't think we need to change anything. We're going to look at the vibrancy fund, and Councillor Sholem is Damon are going to bring that back with the start.
With all due respect, Your Worship, I read the room that we didn't want to fund anything at all.
We're not funding anything at all.
But can we have that as zero then, please?
Yes.
Thank
yes,
you.
We are, and if we need anything added, we can share. Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Dixon, you got anything different to
I
add?
was just going to say, can they apply to the vibrancy fund like every other one in Hastings can do?
Councillor Sholem?
At the moment, the criteria of the vibrancy fund says no, because it's for the city centre of Hastings. That's why if we look through civic and administration, which is where that fund is currently allocated from, perhaps a report can come back from there to there.
Okay, so I think there's a very loud and clear view that the councillors want to leave the city vibrancy with Hastings, but we are prepared to look at how we could work together. Okay, thank you. So let's remove that and have a look at that. Okay, Tomato Park Trust, and that is an increase. Sorry, Lex, can we just explain the Tomato Park Trust now?
Yes, so just I updated you on this morning. So just the submission that you received, the numbers are a bit different to the written submission. So sort of drilled through that. Essentially, if we keep it simple, my take was that the 80,000 that we currently provide, that we're looking to move that to 120,000. So a base increase of 40,000 on sort of what you call the core operational and admin. And then on top of that, for each of the 3 years, they had a couple of discrete projects. So in the first year, I just haven't got it in front of me, I think it was a track feasibility. In the second year, there was Tomato Park peak feasibility, some other projects in there. But collectively, that base 40,000 increase plus those prioritised projects that they'd put to you over the 3 years was roughly that sort of budget request. So you've got 85 year one, 90 year two, what is it, year three, Campbell? Don't think it was that much. We'll check the year three figure. It was all around that 80 to 90 grand, which is that base 40 grand plus a couple of projects they were looking for support.
Okay, Councillor Kerr?
Yeah. Your Worship, I'm going to sound like a stuck
Councillor
record.
Dix, yes.
But I can't support that full funding. I'm happy to support, I came up with 40,000, which was the increase in requirements for ongoing administration, because I understand how difficult it is to get funding for admin and staff, and actually leave the projects outside our funding. And that leaves the Tomato Park Trust to apply for project funding, which is much easier to get. I just keep looking up at that final rating position, and that scares the bejeebies out of me. And unless we're going to be really, really diligent, we're going to have a very high rating. We started off at high, we're going to be, just scares me, that big black figure up there still. So I'm recommending only a 40 increase rather than 85.
Thank you. Councillor Corbyn?
Given the level of funding we put to Tomato Park Trust and our other discussions about it being part of the Hastings district, I'm just wondering what signage we've got there that really emphasises Tomato Park as part of the Hastings district. Are we getting full value out of that as a tourist attraction within our district?
Who would like to respond to that? Are we getting full marketing capability? Perhaps Naomi, you might like. I think that we use Tomato Park, we use for just about every one of our imaging of come to Hastings, don't we? Okay, All right, anyone else like to add anything?
Just at $1 million a year, visitors a year, I think you're getting more than value for money.
Okay, so I'd like the trustees to declare a conflict, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
I'm not on the Hastings Business Association, like previously on the Youth Council, another council joined in.
No, you're a trustee, they're advisors,
Yeah.
sorry. Trustees need to declare a conflict, we're talking about financial difference on our rating. Next is councillor Nixon.
I was going to, I mean, I'm familiar with the park, I do go up there reasonably often, but we have been very generous to them in the last few years, and there have been some tremendous upgrades, with the loos, both down at the base station and halfway up. I think I'm inclined to agree with Tanya. I said it's less important this year than might have been had we not been helping them so much in recent years.
So you agree with 120,000 a year, increasing by 40? Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't want to sound even meaner than Councillor Kerr, but I really mean, and I adore Tomato Peak, there's no issue with that. I actually do pick up on what Councillor Corbyn's saying. I don't think there's actually a lot of signage around it being well connected to Hastings in that way, but that on the side. Given that we went out with such a strong message to our community about how tough many people did it last year and are continuing to do it this year, and with our very, very loud voice around staying under 7%, I wonder if it's a year that the park, we could look at maybe pushing it to 100, so an extra 20, and we all have, we're having to cut our cloth everywhere. I just think that even 40 is going to push that.
Okay, thank you.
Over 7%.
All right, next one, councillor Corbyn.
I accept that we use Te Mata Peak imagery on everything we do, but so does Hawke's Bay. And it is, I think it's branded Hawke's Bay, it's not branded Hastings, which has been my comments coming from.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's our responsibility to make sure we're picking up on that. So it's good we've got Naomi here to help us with that. Wendy, councillor Sholem.
I agree with the voice that couldn't speak earlier. We do get great value for money from this amazing Hastings asset. I am, however, conscious that there is a lot of pressure on our ratepayers, so I support Councillor Kerr's proposal of $40,000 per annum. That doesn't stop Tomato Peak Trust from coming to us during annual plan process for specific projects and some of the plans that they've got in there. So I'm comfortable that $40,000 will allow them with the administration costs, and then they can come back around other projects.
Thank you, councillor Sholem. Councillor Travis.
I thoroughly endorse Councillor Corbyn's comments. A leverage.
Yes.
Only recently I pinged somebody on Twitter who took a photograph at the top of Tomato Peak and said how much they love Napier.
Right.
So I replied, you are actually in the Hastings district. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so that's a big opportunity for us to do that leveraging of Te Mata for Hastings. I'm very supportive of the suggestion of 120. That's in line with what the regional council's contribution is. It's exactly the same, and I think that's where we need to be pitching this. Can I have a show of hands, those who agree with that, aligning us with regional council, 120, councillor Kerr's suggestion? Show of hands, please. Yeah, another 40 per annum. Okay, thank you. So that's all good. Next, MTT. This is a lot of unknown here for us. We actually haven't done the work to understand what this fully means for us, how many other entities are doing this work, and how the capability, other than the officers' comments.
So if I could just make some comments through you, Your Worship. This isn't specifically for MTT, it is for building capability to do wahitonga, wahitapu work. We know MTT's made a very specific ask, but they are not going to be our only partner that's coming at us with our statutory obligations to do this work. So I think what officers' comments are is that we should start to allocate some funding, and it's suggested 50 year one building to 100 in year two and out, that we've got some building some financial budgets to be able to support and do the work that we've got statutory obligations for.
Okay, so, councillor Barber?
You know, as I said earlier, I support the direction that we're taking here. We actually have to put a stake in the ground, and MTT are the first up, but to signal that other hapu will be looking to have this similar relationship with the council around their wahi tapu, wahi taonga. I mean, they have put in the legwork. They have done the hard yards, and I think it's an appropriate amount of investment for that project. Year two, just a question. So I can see year one is that MTT. Year two, is that all MTT as well, or?
So the point I was trying to make probably badly was saying we're saying it's Mangahararu Tangatu. It's not. It's actually a wahi taonga, wahi tapu budget of which we know for the district plan, of which we know MTT are well organised for and have a specific ask, but it's actually not MTT specific.
Cool. Yeah. Total.
Okay, so everyone, is any speakers not in support of that sum of money that's up there? Councillor Sholem?
Sorry, can I just ask for clarity? Can we relabel that? At
Yes.
the moment, it implies funding to a specific organisation.
Entity, it does.
So if we can change that, I'm very comfortable with the proposal.
Yes, Wahi Taonga, Wahi Tapu, district plan provision.
I think we usually ask for 3 lots of money, and James just go through that.
Very good question.
Through you, Your Worship, kia ora councillors. Yes, so the submission from Mangahararu Tangitu came across in 3 parts. One was Wahi Taonga, Wahi Tapu, another was around contracts for services, and there was a third component around the developing of the pool of Mātauranga Māori knowledge. So, and our response to them is per the officer comments in the document there, pages 62 to 65, around, what we acknowledge that, and what they essentially have done is, it is a coincidence that, and we acknowledge their timing, but we're also behind the scenes going through this process as well, internally, in terms of, once we got through the track remediation process in November 2019, the aspiration was then to move into Wahi Taonga, and then March 2020 sort of hit us. So we've reacted accordingly to that, and now we're sort of, as everyone, the wider community economy is getting back into a sort of state of activity. Wahi Taonga has certainly been a topical issue, hence the engagement, employment of Wilson Pearce from January the 11th this year, and then Charles Ropitini as well from March 15th of this year. So building internal capacity in order for us to be able to go out to these our statutory partners, these treaty entities, and yes, Mangahararu Tangitu are in a position that they're all not in the same space. They're in their own space, and they settled a little while ago. But in terms of the resource consent applications that come through, 50-50 reside in their area, and Here Taonga Tamatea. They are predominantly the 2 entities. The others, there's little bits and pieces, but nowhere near as frequent as the applications that turn up and that sit within their geographical cultural landscapes. So while, it looks a bit better now in terms of equity, and so we're looking to, they use the term equity today, and so we will apply that too in terms of the application of working with all of our partners in an equitable manner that allows them to come forward with that information, partner with us, and at the end of the day, make things a lot easier for us, for our people up on level 2 in terms of assessing applications, and as well as ourselves up on level 1. So
Thanks, James. Okay, councillor Kerr?
Kia ora, thank you, James. I just want to acknowledge Mangaharuru Tangatu for bringing this to our attention. I have a question for Dr. James Graham, if that's all right, Your Worship. If we put aside these funds, do we then hand over to management for that equitable allocation of funds to the appropriate partners?
thank you, councillor. I think in the first instance, we have the luxury or the process of referring back to the Māori Standing Committee at one level, Here Taonga Takotono, in terms of their representation, that while Mangaharuru Tangitu aren't specifically on that committee at this juncture, all of the other entities are. But they are via the Tai Whenuas, but they're, I guess, in a space where we're building good relationships with them. You know, given the MOU that has been recently entered to on the reserve land out at Waipatiki, and potentially other spaces moving forward as well. So, yeah, looking forward to working alongside them and the others as well.
Thank you, James. Anybody not support that allocation?
I have a question.
Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Your Worship. Dr. Graham, the 10,000 in the report that's already allocated, this is on top of or including?
Thank you, councillor. Yeah, I noted that, and Rowan isn't in here, but it probably was a bit of an oversight once. It was initially. This is a collaborative response in terms of officers, given the breadth of the questions and the being asked of us here at council. So that would be superseded by by the summary notes that are on page 64.
So that's 50 including. And then just another quick question. Councillor Redstone asked the question earlier about Ministry of Culture and Heritage and if there was any funding available through there. Is there any possibility of picking up anything there?
No.
Absolutely not. Okay.
No. And it's our, and to be clear, it's our statutory obligations.
Yeah. Dixon?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. This is the first time we've had this type of application. I'm just wondering, are we going to set a precedent for amounts that others may ask for in the future?
Yes.
Yeah. So with the 50,000 in the first year, 100 in the second.
This is a general fund. This isn't just MTT. We just changed the wording. This is Waitonga, Waitapu.
It's a general fund. That's fine.
Capability. Okay, cool. Right, we'll keep that there. That's good. Anderson Park Development, could officers just talk us through that, please?
Through you, Your Worship. So this one, it's currently branded Anderson Park because it's in response to the submission, but at the review, as we talked about earlier today, is actually a wider sports field and facility review, which aligns back also with the request from Sport Hawke's Bay. So this is stepping back and going, what is our current provision and what is the future needs across all of our sports fields in Hastings, and ideally Napier would do similar. So it's actually a wider review than just Anderson Park. So this will look to answer the questions around what do we need in the future. It will help inform the spatial plan and ask questions, can cricket and rugby share the same fields given the overlap of seasons and the different requirements and all those sorts of things as we move forward.
Okay, this is a study for the wider Hastings and Havelock North sports. Councillor Sholham?
Thank you. So again, just confirming we're going to tie in with the Sport Hawke's Bay review that they're doing. Fantastic. Then I'm very supportive of this.
Sport Hawke's Bay aren't doing a review,
point
are they?
of clarification.
Yeah.
One is, am I now conflicted by what's changed?
Sport Hawke's Bay, yes, you're the chairperson. So it'll be good if you just step back and remove yourself from this one, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Watkins?
We're in tight times, big rate increase. I think this one can be pushed out, so I won't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Corbyn?
Would this sports park study be part of the spatial plan, or is it a separate issue?
It would inform the spatial planning.
It will inform the spatial plan.
It'll be bespoke piece of work that would give help inform the spatial plan as that develops. Yes, you could split it over two.
Sorry, Lex.
Yeah, Your Worship, just talking through with the officers, if it's helpful, we could split the 100 over 2 years and manage the project in that way.
Yes, I think
For
that's a great
50,000
idea.
per annum.
Is everyone comfortable with that? That we need to do this work, and I think everyone's in favour of that. Councillor Corbyn?
So we're doing the spatial plan at the regional sports park, and council's contributing to that. Where's the funding for that and the allocation of funding for that?
Thanks, Bruce.
That's been funded out of this current financial year through the council contingency.
Okay.
A narrower scope and a smaller amount of funding required of council.
Much smaller scope.
I like the way we're splitting this, and I would, because I'm concerned that whether or not we can get all of the work done within the 12-month timeframe. And I would like somebody to think about that with Whakatū, whether we can do all of that work in the first year. So that's just, I guess, a challenge to throw back to the staff to consider before we finalise this.
Very much. Okay, the next one is the 2 million capital fund loan funded for Pettigrew Green. I've received an email. We got from the chair, Craig Waterhouse. We got confirmation 30 minutes ago that we got a grant for $3 million from Lotto Significant Project. So they've only got 4 million to go. So it's public that they've received some lottery funding. So they said they still have 4 million to go. So I'm not quite sure how that compares as to the submission we saw yesterday. Anyway, any views on Pettigrew 2 million capital fund? Councillor Nixon.
Thank you. Look, Craig's done a tremendous job, and you were there when he was first appointed, but I actually don't support it. And I'll tell you why I don't support it. Hastings has contributed millions and millions and millions of dollars to facilities in Napier. Not one bloody cent has ever come back our way. Not 1 cent. And so I was going to give an example of all the monies we'd spent. Yeah.
I'm not going to support that at this time. Thank you.
I also don't support.
Yeah, I just think the quantum's far too much. I'd like to support it by nowhere near the amount of 2 million.
Councillor Kerr.
I sometimes like being a broken record. I can't support this. We can't afford it.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Redstone.
I don't support it. It's in Napier and there's a lot of travel and etc. to go to it, so I'd prefer to spend the money in Flaxmere actually.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
I don't support it.
Okay, anyone got any differing views? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've got under the premise that they've received how much million today? $3 million today. I think we can take it off. But I do support the expansion of the Pettigrew Green Arena. I mean, just because basketball's the fastest growing sport in New Zealand. Yes. Kids love the game. And to be able to host some of the big national tournaments, we've never been able to do that in the past because we don't have the court space. This will allow that to happen. So,
well said, thank you. Okay, so we'll take that off, and now we look at the OPEX for Pettigrew Green. Who would like to speak to this? So this is an increase of how much? 45.
So with the OPEX, we've actually made the assumption that this funding isn't actually required until year 2, if there is an increase. The other sort of note we've made with this, and I've had a conversation with Mr. Waterhouse as well, we do need to have a better understanding of the PGA's operational model with this new facility on board. We haven't seen that yet, so I think we certainly don't need any additional funding in year 1.
Thank you. So, Councillor Lawson? Councillor Kerr?
Can we have it completely removed from the LTP until we have the information that we require? I just feel that 45,000 is sitting there as a
placeholder.
That's a polite word, yes.
Okay.
Yet, once it's built and once we understand, then let's have a conversation.
Thank you. Any varying opinions? No? Okay, so we're going to look at that and it'll be probably through the next year's annual plan. Thanks, Bruce. Okay, well, Wellesley Church, presentation today. Any views, councillor Travis?
Look, their application is very worthy, etc. But I just kind of feel that we have kind of swallowed the proposition. And I'm wondering, I'm certainly keen to help them, but I wonder whether we can do it in kind rather than in money. They seem to me to lack some critical expertise in terms of initiating a really big project like this, whereas we have at our fingertips people who could help them in terms of, advising them to get a QS to actually look at their plans. There are many ways that we could help them apart from writing out a cheque, because it may well mean that if we give them the appropriate advice and the appropriate help, they may well discover they don't need as much money as they think they do.
Thank you, councillor Travis. I think other people have the similar views. Councillor Watkins?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Look, it's a great project. I can't support the extra 3K, but I do support what Councillor Travis has suggested.
Thank you. Any different views? Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, the submission that we saw some 5 years ago, when we gave them granted the 400,000, was completely different from the plan that we saw today. The one we saw today was rather gold-plated, in my impression, from our previous one. So I'd like to support them, but as Councillor Travis said, the best way is through expertise and skills.
Thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you. While I, in principle, support the idea put forward by fellow councillors, I am also conscious that our staff are quite stretched with their own works delivery program. I think we'll need to assess capabilities before we commit to anything, but I don't support the funding right now. Our ratepayers just can't bear it.
Thank you. I think we do need to understand a lot more around the project delivery. Councillor Redstone?
That was what I was wondering. We support them in kind is good, but what does that actually cost us in staff times?
But we have invested $400,000 in the project, and so we just need to sit down with them actually, with our officers, and look at how we can support them, I think, rather than budget at this stage. Okay. So is everyone comfortable that that is removed in the meantime? Officers, are you comfortable that you would be able to support the project and get it moving?
Through your worship, yes, I think we can provide some support in some shape or form for the church.
Right, thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Your Worship, I'm just wondering if we could deal with the Business Hub extension of contract first.
Yes.
I'm being quite selfish. I look at that and the impact on rating area 2 at an at a $40,000 increase in rate take is just under a 0.5% rate increase for us.
Yes.
And the outcome of that would influence my decision around Cranford, just simply on an affordability basis.
Mm-hmm.
So is that a fair request?
Yes.
Yep. So I think with the Business Hub, it's just really making sure that it's clear to council that whilst we've got a report back coming in September, if there is an ongoing commitment to maintaining a hub in some form in Hastings, there is going to be a cost that we do not currently have in budgets beyond September. So it was just around that being clear. Don't want to predetermine the review. That will all come back to council in September.
Thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you. And I appreciate the potential ongoing cost being conveyed. However, given we haven't consulted with the community on the hub and everything else that has a question mark over it has been removed, I don't think we can include it in the LTP. It's something that'll have to come through other mechanisms if the pilot is successful and council is of a mind to extend it.
Thank you. Councillor Sears?
Yes, I agree with councillor Sholem.
Thank you. Any varying, different views? Nigel, do you want to add anything?
No, other than just to be really, really clear, we'll deal with it at the time. But there is no kind of magic pot of money that we're going to easily, if the decision is, hey, this is a roaring success and we would like to extend this, just being really, really clear that's all the purpose of this was, that, you know, that there isn't that funding available.
Could council repurpose some of the ED budget for this purpose?
That'll be the conversation that we need to have.
You're right.
In September, it will come down to priorities.
Thank you. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, I'm of the mind that it's probably not going to come out smelling roses, you know, and I'm happy to scratch it.
Okay, so can I just have a show of hands, people who agree with that or may want to speak in support of it? Those who agree that we scratch that we don't include the Business Hub extension contract in this year's LTP. Right, there's a clear direction there. Thank you. Okay.
And then, Your Worship,
hospice?
That question of Whakatū and whether we can do all that work in year one is.
So we've got
or whether
provision
we
for
spread it.
150 for year one.
Yeah. So just understanding that, or whether we spread that over a couple of years.
Sorry, I thought we discussed it and agreed to the way forward with Whakatū. 400,000 was agreed.
No.
450 was agreed, and there was a show of hands. So you're now bringing in. I mean, we're talking about Cranford here. We should be. That's the conversation.
Yeah. So I think there was a clear direction that 450, but we just don't know. We've asked Mr. Thu, Councillor Harvey. We've asked him whether that 450 can be delivered in a timely manner.
Yeah.
And that's the information that we haven't received from the officers, and that's what I think Councillor Kerr you're referring to. There's no point putting all of that there in that period of time if we can't deliver it. Can I have some direction from you, Mr. Thu? Thank you.
Given that the deeper and wider consultation and the adjacent landowners haven't been spoken to in the final detail, it would be a push to spend the 600,000. Well, actually, the money is 75,000 plus 450 because 75,000 was in year two, if you recall from the officer's comments. So, so it would be very difficult to finish all of that work by the end of June 2022, given we haven't finished all that consultation. So it is likely there will be some trailing off between the two financial years, unless the community meeting and all the landowners are extremely happy and we can get on with it quickly.
Okay. Any other comments? Councillor Sears?
I understood, Your Worship, the process that we were putting in what we agreed to on the basis that once we got to the bottom and looked at the final figure, we would go back and make changes as we chose to. I didn't think that we were settling on figures as we went. They were going in as placeholders to see where we got to at the end.
The only one was the Whakatū. The rest have been, the decisions have been made.
That's not what I understood. Is that what everyone else thought? They were final decisions?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we need to go back then to the Anderson Park car park. We haven't dealt with that yet either.
And Your Worship, that was the one that I specially asked if we could, to move it forward, pop it in as a let's tidy it up, pay for it by rates and see what it looks like. So that was the one I specially asked for. And then the other question was around Whakatū, around the timing, if it could be done in year one or needed to be split.
Okay, so let's just deal with the Whakatū at the moment. And Lex, can you just explain what we've got there?
At the moment,
you've got
there is the 75,000 per annum per the officer comments to deliver Railway Road over 2 years.
Yes.
And then to move the conversation forward more, if you wanted to take a whole of community approach and get on with it, subject to the consultation, the other thing is there'd be an additional 450k of what we're suggesting loan money to get the project in its totality rocking and rolling, given some of the impediments around timing of things. And so the question in front of you now is if you're of a mind to approve the 450, could you split that to some degree over 2 years and limit the impact of the loan funding you're seeing in front of you?
Okay. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, I think, just listening to what Craig had to say, I mean, just common sense approach, really.
Yeah.
What's gonna work, and, you know, come back after quarter with the community.
So, but you will still want something in there, Mr. Thu, don't you? Yeah, you still want the amount in there, because they will still want the work done.
Through you, Your Worship,
Yeah.
just chatting through officers, to keep this simple, halve the loan funding between years 1 and 2, with the addition of the railway road money as well. That keeps the math simple with the screen as well, if you're of a mind.
It would
Okay.
be delivered to the community as one project, it just would go through across the middle of the year.
Is everyone comfortable with that? Do you understand that approach? Councillor Redstone?
So split it into the 2 years, but do the work in those 2 years, hopefully.
Yep.
Yeah.
Councillor
yeah,
Corbin?
comfortable with that.
So this is loan funded, and that 23,000 looks like the interest and principal on 250,000. And then year 2, the loan's going to be 450. So I don't think that's showing up in year 2 there.
Yeah, not yet. And generally what we assume with capital projects in year 1, we don't book in full 12 months of interest and debt repayment. It's acknowledging that, you know, very rarely is a project completed in June or July, sorry. And on average, we incorporate a somewhat lower amount.
What you got there looks more sensible.
Okay, is everyone comfortable with the Whakatū direction? Great, so that's just finalising that. Thank you. And just going back to the Anderson car park now, has anybody got any different views on that? The direction was that something like $40,000 or $30,000 was going to be put in to tidy up the place and get it prepared. Any contrary views to that? Councillor Sholem?
Your Worship, I'd like to see what the impact is to overall rating if it's removed, please.
Okay. Can we just see what the overall rating is for all of that left in there? This is where we do our fancy figures. I think there was, right.
Me too. 6.99, I'm hoping for.
Okay. So, Nigel, you just talk to that? Okay, sorry, order.
Yeah, so we need to deal with Cranford, but I mean, you can set direction to officers. I mean, we are so at the margins now. You know, if you want officers to go away and find out a way to round this down to 7% or 6.99%, you know, that's
6.8, yep. Okay, all right, that's good. Councillor Sholem, and then I want to move on to hospice.
With respect, Your Worship, I'd, much like Councillor Kerr requested before, I'd really like to go look at Cranford and then come back to Anderson Park.
Okay then. Okay, Councillor Sears?
I'm still supporting 0 on Anderson Park until the
Okay,
parking and
let's just
transport
wait, please. Cranford, please. Okay, so for those councillors who are not aware, there hasn't been any commitment financially from other councils in the region for Cranford Hospice. This is incredibly disappointing. Since they first came to us, when they had nothing to start with, we gave them $500,000. They've now raised, as you heard yesterday, over $7 million. I would like to have a conversation with our region's MPs to see if there's any funding through a infrastructure fund in the Crown to look at how, because there is a bridge, there is a road, there's infrastructure that needs to be invested in for Cranford Hospice to proceed. So I don't think that we're at that stage yet to commit. I think that as a region we need to be looking at this very, very carefully. Councils haven't put their hands up. We were the only council, and I think that we need to look at how else we can help them. And I think we need to be talking to the government. I'd like to hear your views, starting with councillor Corbyn.
Clarification, is the 500,000 that's up there, is that the 500,000 that's already been committed to, or an extra 500,000?
It's an additional 500,000, and
Extra
it's really just there as a placeholder to get it on the screen for you to discuss. Because there wasn't as an explicit request of an amount of funding from Mr. Tremaine yesterday.
So council hasn't committed to give any more than what has already been given, which was $500,000.
Which they
So
haven't drawn down yet.
Yeah. So
Okay,
if
so
you,
if we look at the submission, there were 3 points in it. The first one was affirmation that the committed 500 was still in place. Second was that the Cranford Foundation could use that in their promotional material. And then the third one was a request for extra funding. So I'm pleased that that isn't the original 500.
that's a conversation councillors need to have today to see whether or not we need to be giving any additional. So that's the direction I'm wanting to hear from you all now. If 500 is $500,000 that our council has given, no other councils in the region have, if we need to give any more. So I want to direct the conversation to that, please. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm pleased too that that's not the original 500,000, which isn't in jeopardy, correct? That's going ahead. And there's no reason, if we remove it from here, that we can't look at it again in the next annual plan.
Exactly correct, yes.
Correct. On that basis, I'd be happy to remove it and look at next annual plan.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Well said, Sophie. It was exactly what I was going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, I think it is a noble cause, but when will the build start? Will they actually need this extra money in the year one?
We've got a lot more fundraising to do.
They have, and I think Mr. Tremaine indicated that there was an amount, sort of a go, no-go, 7.5, so there's a bit more funding that they need to get that. I think just to reflect back, when council considered this in its annual plan a couple of years ago, they considered that this could come back to council sort of almost as a fund of last resort if the trust was sort of getting really close and just needed a little bit more funding to get over the line, and that was sort of how the council at that time had left it.
Thank you.
I'm sort of in favour of, at some stage, being prepared to support them for more, but maybe not in year one.
Thank you. Councillor, so which is the same as what Councillor Sears and Councillor Kerr have said. Councillor Barber?
Yeah, similar to the Wesley Church, we gave them some money, you know, and I think that's my limit. Yeah, no, I'm not supportive.
Thank you. Councillor Travis?
Given that such a big thing was made of the true thing, that it is literally equidistant between the two cities, with also providing good access to central Hawke's Bay, I would like to feel that this was a Hawke's Bay initiative rather than just our council being seen as the goose that lays the golden egg. So I wouldn't like to consider any more funding until such time as our fellow councils around the district actually put their hands in their pocket as well.
Thank you, Councillor Travis. Councillor Watkins?
Thank you, Worship. I think Hastings did the honourable thing right at the very beginning of this project. I don't support this at this time, and I think other parties in the region should step up.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, I'm quite very supportive of this. If we took a submission out to the ratepayers, I'm sure our ratepayers would want to support Cranford Hospice. We've already done it to the tune of 500.
We did that.
We did that.
Yes.
And 500,000. This has come back to us again. I'd like to see something penciled in so that we call on it at some stage when it was required.
Okay, thank you. For my view is that, you know, we have invested $500,000 to get the project kicked off. I don't think that our door is completely closed yet, as you've highlighted, but I think that we need to have a conversation with the region's leaders, our MPs for Hawke's Bay, and we need to, and then, as I say, the door is always open. The project isn't going to be underway next year. there is still a lot of fundraising to go. There's probably another 3 million in infrastructure on top of the build. So there's a lot of money to find yet. Councillor Corbyn?
I'm supportive of your suggestion. I think we need to confirm that the original 500 is still in place, confirm that the foundation can promote that, and leave the door open to see what the rest of the region does and how the fundraising goes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr?
If we were to fund further funds, do we have to reconsult?
Mr.
My
Allen?
question was, if we fund further monies, do we need to reconsult?
Councillor, so Mr. Allen, if we are going to add another sum of money to the Cranford Hospice, do we need to reconsult?
It really depends on the quantum of funding that was going to be put forward. So if it's, yeah, if you're in the delta of $1 million, then it is starting to get into the realm of good practice being to consult. It would sit, so your significant engagement policy would allow you to make that decision without consulting though. So yeah, given where this project's at, timing wise, you'd be safer to use the annual plan as a mechanism for that decision.
Okay, thank you.
Was the original consultation for 500,000 or was it for 2 million?
Through your worship. So the original proposal came through a submission to an annual plan or an LTP at that time, and it was for $2 million. Council made a decision that at that time that they could release or apply $500,000 to the project without consulting, but they noted that for any further funding would need to go through a formal consultation process, which they did with the new council when it came in after the election. So the 500,000, initial 500,000, which is still in place, it's been carried forward from year to year until such time as it's required. And there's a funding agreement between council and the Cranford Foundation for that is still in place.
So it actually hasn't been out for public consultation?
The balance of the additional 1.5 million, so that was consulted on an annual plan about 2 years ago.
And what was the result of that?
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. You're correct, it hasn't actually been consulted on.
Okay, and I think, you know, as a council, we're incredibly supportive of this project. It is an amazing project. I think we need some more partners and we need to help them get this project across the line. Let's keep this work in progress. And but I hear you all around the table. You support the project. Nothing has changed for us. It's just that we can't do it all on our own. And let's see who else can help us. Okay. So one other thing you wanted to bring back is the Anderson Park. Is that correct? Okay. Could you just bring back that? Thank you, team. All right. So that's $30,000 included in there. Are you comfortable with that to tidy up the area to get car parking in there? I'm comfortable with that. Anyone against?
Yes, I'm against. I'd really like to see what the final figure is if that 30,000.
Nothing's going to change. What we're going to ask, what I'm going to ask the officers is that they bring us back a budget for the LTP that is under 7%. So this is a tidy up situation. Councillor Harvey?
Not just the support of it, I mean, we've done half the job.
Exactly. Yep. Tidy it up. Yep. Okay, Councillor Kerr?
Your Worship, can I just see what year 3 looks like? I'm just really intrigued as to, because it's a long-term plan. Oh.
Can I make a comment? I don't think those formulas are working correctly. If you go back to year 2.
Year 2, yep.
Go back to year 2.
Mm-hmm.
You've got an increase of rate. You've got 7.0 in rating area 1, 7.2 in rating area 2, and then the average is 6.8. And I think the same applies to year 1.
Sorry, Ashley, would you like to? Lex, thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, there's a allowance for additional rating base that's created through growth. It's a figure you're not seeing on the screen, but it's all in our published statements. And it's the way.
Sorry, additional what?
It's an allowance for rating-based growth year on year, extra property created in the district. So that's incorporated in our assumptions document. It's in all our published statements. You're just not seeing it on the screen. It's just the way that falls is slightly changing the ratio that you're seeing there, and okay, because it's a static number. So the formula's working fine in short.
Councillor Corbin, you happy? Councillor Kerr?
I'm still very worried. I don't know if there's anything I can do about it, but I'm really worried about our rate increase. I'm very concerned that if with the level of debt we have increase in interest rates, that we may end up with final rating figures within this LTP of double figures. I just want to share my concerns. I'm not sure what else we can do. I appreciate we can.
Please. Lex, could you just explain to Councillor Kerr, I'm not sure we're going back to ask the officers to bring us back a rate increase of under 7%. So
that's the direction you're giving council now. I mean, you're so close to it. That's the undertaking officers will give you, that you're in the zone, we're comfortable, we can honour that and bring that back to you based on what you've decided here today.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I still wish to acknowledge that we need to be really mindful that within this long-term plan, I guess it's just a real genuine concern that within this long-term plan of 10 years, with the first 3 years at looking at this, it was 7 or just over 7%. The risks that we started off with our draft long-term plan still exist, with the risk around interest rate increases and things that have been picked up through submissions. I just wanted to share my concerns.
Could I just make a comment though, like acknowledging the risks and the uncertainties around interest rates, but I'll just take you back to the decisions that you've already made as a council, your broad long-term plan and the decisions you've made around your fiscal strategy is, yes, you know, debt levels are going to go up to just under $300 million, and you've changed your treasury policy. But from year 4, and you've already locked in increased rate increases in years 4 to 10 to start to, you know, a more aggressive debt repayment. So you've made all those decisions already as a council. But in terms of acknowledging, yes, the uncertainty and, you know, where interest rates might go, but at a broad level that you've already decided, you have factored all of that into your current long-term plan.
Thank you, Nigel. Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just sitting here reflecting back on the decision we made last year, 1.9%. I think this is when we're starting to pay for it.
I think if we got to 6.8 and compared to what's going on around New Zealand, I think our council would be doing incredibly well. So well done, everybody. You've been absolutely ruthless up here. You know, you haven't got any nice to haves, and you're sticking to what you need to do, and I congratulate you for that. So I just need to now, so that finishes our financial impacts. We've got about a few of some of the writtens. So is everybody tired and want to go home, or do you want to continue with a few of the writtens?
Are we going to get them done?
You want to get them done?
Yeah, if we can.
Okay. Then push on. Okay. Everyone, show your hands. Put those to push on.
If we can get
Cool.
them done, yep.
Okay. Yep. Standing up and 2-minute break. Good idea. Thanks, Tom. Oh, okay, then everybody's sitting back down. Right, 66. Oh, they have gone. Oh, they're here? '66, Stephen Donna Drake, Lyndhurst submission, and comments they, as we heard quite strongly from the Drakes about the timeline for Lyndhurst. Can I just say that I think that Lyndhurst, all of these submissions, we're going to be watching them very, very carefully. While we put these dates in there that officers have put in there, if we can move some of these developments sooner, then we'll be looking at that very carefully. So we just need to get that plan back to us at the end of July. That's going to be brought back by Mr. Clues and the planning team. And we'll be looking at if Lyndhurst can be activated or not. So, Councillor Sholem?
Worship, I'm not sure everyone realises we've commenced, so I'll go round everyone up before we continue.
We've lost Councillor Harvey, he has to go to his family. So we are still streaming, everyone. We're moving on to 66, Stephen Donna Drake. And as I just said, Lyndhurst subdivision and all the other subdivision, in terms of timelines, we're going to be watching these subdivisions very carefully. So while there might be dates down there for when we look at these, this is a very moving situation. So I think that's a clear direction that we need to give to Stephen Donna Drake. Thank you. Any comments? Thank you. Support? 67, Ben Lee.
Your Worship, I can speak to that by simply saying it's currently under action by the Rural Community Board working with Craig Thu.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. Any other comments? Thank you. 68, Richard Gaddam and all the team from our Fertile Soil Society Incorporated. Once again, this is going to be very work in progress. We're going to have a workshop with their suggestions coming back to us. They've come with some good suggestions, and and we're on their page about how we protect our fertile soils and how we work with them. Any other comments? Thank you. 69. The road condition roundabouts and cycleways, Clarissa Nichols. State Highway 51.
Support the officer's recommendation. This is Waka Kotahi.
Thank you.
And regional transport.
No further comments? Okay. Number 70, Glen Abel, Clive Water Supply. And that's about the chlorination in the Clive Water Supply and fluoride not to be added. Thank you. Councillor Lawson. Councillor Sholem?
Words right out of my mouth.
Okay, thank you. 71, William Lindsay, Tainui Reserve, calls for felling large pine trees. And officers' comments about the reserve management plan. People comfortable with that comment? Thank you. 73 we've done. 74, Rosemary Corey, and that's footpath condition. St Leonard's Park. City Assist. And CCT coverage at Storford Lodge. So that's, is that something that we could consider, CCTV coverage? Sorry, Bruce.
Yes, it is, and having a conversation with Mr. Adamson on that, and we think there is a camera that we can better utilise and put it down at Storford Lodge to see how that goes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sholem.
Just would like to also endorse the comments made about officers undertaking a review of the city assist patrol, which I understand is currently done by car. Be interesting to see if at least some of this can be done by foot, just to better observe what's going on in that area.
Awesome, yes. Good, well said. Angus, do you want that down as an action?
Through your worship, one thing that the City Assist team will be doing with Mr Adamson is actually reviewing the particularly patrolled areas and how they do it. So we can add that to the scope of that review.
Great, thank you. 75, Angus Thompson, Hastings Streetscape Upgrades. And that's about here to Tonga Street West Side in the CBD. And I think that, as the chair said today, they'd be very comfortable with those changes to King and Market Streets. Councillor Lawson?
Just to endorse the officer's comments about, changing that around and the consultation with the West Side business owners.
Thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Also endorsing the same.
Thank you. Right, 76 is Dave Pennant, and that's around arts, culture and creativity, and working with the Toi Toi team and arts communities for a vision for Toi Toi Arts and Event Centre. It's very, very supportive, yep. Any comments? Councillor Kerr?
Only, I'm just aware that the community that may be watching online may not be aware that we've spent the last nearly 2 days working on these. So we're not just flicking through them quickly. There has been a lot of consideration done, but it hasn't been online.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. 78, Malcolm Craig. Council Housing. Submitter suggests that council should play a greater role in providing council-owned accommodation. And once again, this is looking at our senior housing portfolio and seeing how we can attract more community housing providers. I'm happy with those comments. Councillor Sholem?
I endorse the actions that are listed in the officer's comments around a review of senior housing portfolio and what should be done in the future.
Thank you. Number 80. No, let's just go back to that submission. 80, Andrew Tor. Thank you.
And the comments on Māori Ward's decision that you've already made, and an impending process, I guess, around whether you join the Three Waters reform.
Yes. Okay. Any comments? Councillor Sholem.
The submitter's comments are noted and I don't see any action being required.
Thank you. 81.
Your Worship, I'm happy to speak to this one.
Yes.
We had a presentation from 2 people regarding Wenley Road, which is just off Valley Road. This went to the Rural Community Board. The Community Board endorsed the trial of a new road surface, but did not support HDC investing further. The one notable thing is so many of these houses are new houses. The road was always like it is, which has been difficult.
Any other comments? All right. I think we just keep a note on, having seen that video and those photos of that road, if that's the best we can do, even with a bit of new surfacing on, I think, perhaps we'll ask you to keep an eye on that Wenley Road.
So I guess one benefit is with the increased investment in roading, their maintenance standards can be lifted. But the desire for a full seal is no different than many other of the rural roads we've got.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shodham?
I deeply empathise with the submitters and appreciate them bringing it to our attention. However, with the pressure that we already have in investment around in roads around the district, unfortunately, we just don't have the funds right at this moment to dedicate to this specific area.
Thank you. Councillor Redstone?
I empathise as well, but I was interested in seeing the flooding issues because I think if we sealed the road, we might exacerbate those issues.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, 82, rubbish, submitted comments on the amount of rubbish around Hastings, and so we did ask officers if there was sufficient budget to both do the campaign, anti-litter campaign, and also do some main arterial routes cleanups in the budget. Did we have a result from that? Thank you, Craig.
This item's a bit of a piece of string depending on how the community behaving. So that Mr. Hosford put in an increase of $20,000 to deal with fly tipping issues, which is a little bit less than some of the just dropping litter here and there. However, also it's important to remember that also the existing litter budgets and spend and picking up rubbish is under stress because of our landfill costs are going up to pay the government taxes on ETS and so forth. So we'll continue to do the best we can with some of the modest increases we put into the budget, but it is a piece of string, Your Worship. So it's, I guess it's a point in your judgment of how much you're willing to spend. In terms of the Education Awareness Project, I don't have direct information on that. I'll have to come
Okay,
back
we'll
to you.
bring that back. Okay, thank you. Councillor Shodham?
Yeah, strongly endorse bringing that back because I think that's where we can make a difference in the long term. Simply picking up rubbish is not, or litter is not the solution in the long term. It's education. So I will be a squeaky wheel when it comes to that topic.
Yep, thank you. 83, this is the road pavement renewals. Jim Stewart? Suggest resurfacing Havelock Road with hot mix. So I think that Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'm just interested when the asphalt policy was actually ratified or approved, because currently it's still in draft form on our website.
Probably 2, maybe 3 LTPs ago when council was setting budgets. I'd
Yeah,
go back
thank
and
you.
confirm with you. And I guess obviously just to add to the officer comments which were made before we got our indicative NZTA funding, obviously funding of a higher value surface becomes even harder whilst we've got a limited ability over this coming period.
Thank you. Councillor Shodham?
Noting the officer's comments that the estimated asphalt surface cost would be $1.5 million for this area versus $210,000 for the chip seal. I can't endorse asphalt at this time.
Thank you. And Dennis Hall, 84, Rural Roading Network, and positive relationship with council to support and increase investment program for rural roads in the plan.
Support the officer's comments, and there's
Okay.
work currently underway on the Rissington Bridge planning.
Great, thank you. 85, Brian and Jeanette Gestro?
Your Worship, just a point of note, all of these ones with the road transport one, just the officer comment, when it goes back to the residents, we will just put an update around the flag, around the NZTA funding position, because some of those priorities and our ability to react as well as we had talked to them at our community meetings is more limited than we'd hoped.
Support the officer's comments. We just have new toilets in the city centre. We've got 3 sets now. Thank you. Councillor Sears?
Thank you. Just endorsing and supporting Mr. Thew's comments. I think it would be important that we communicate through our usual channels around this, given that it's going to affect all our roading renewals.
Thank you. 86, D. Manson. On the art gallery and library, I support the officer's comments that we did look at moving the art gallery to the municipal buildings. Wasn't going to be suitable or big enough. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. And then David Ritchie, which is 87, priorities and funding. We listened to Mr. Ritchie's comments, which is around debt funding and core services and keeping to our core services. Everyone comfortable with the officer's comments? Thank you. 88, Jeff Edwards. Kaiapoi rezoning. Once again, this is no different from the other land holdings that we are looking at, and some of those items that have been highlighted by the officers explain what Kaiapoi was all set and to deliver in the future. Any comments on that submission? Rezoning? 89, Julie Haynes, Davidson Road. Safety on Davidson Road, request widening of the road and cycle lane and pedestrian access along with a giveaway sign. It's part of the Brookvale development, Davidson Road. So it's going to be eventually done up when the new subdivision goes in. Everyone comfortable with that? Thank you. The next one is 93, Yvonne Urine, dump fees. Thank you. 93. Any further comments? Councillor Sholem? Thank you. 95, Rebecca Ashcroft. Submitter makes the number of observations and comments in respect to climate change action. And our officers' comments say there's more we need to do to meet the Zero Carbon Act and National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy. Councillor Sholem?
I'd just like to acknowledge that this is a common theme through a number of submissions, including from the Youth Council. And the question has been raised as to whether or not the $10 million that has been set aside in the long-term plan for unknown climate action will be suitable. So I'm just noting that.
10 million, that's never been there before. That is exciting. Bernadette, Friends of the Library, number 99. And does anybody else like to comment? Friends of the Library, I'd like to hear from some others, please. Councillor Lawson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Just to say, agree with the officer's comments that this group will be involved with the draft library strategy.
Great, thank you. Councillor Travis.
I'd just like to mention that some of the other duties I undertake for council involve being on committees that go right across Hawke's Bay, and how congratulatory people in other municipalities are about our library service. Well, actually, the fact that we've got one.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. People love our library and they want it to do a whole lot more things, and I think that's great we're doing that review. Liz Carr, 100, and we're very aware of Liz keeping the level of rates increase, and council spending, sticking to priorities.
And through you, Your Worship, I'd also just like to acknowledge Liz as a constant with submissions to us and her work in the past for the community.
Thank you. 101, Alan Spinks, is the solar-powered public trains, the transport, and I have met Alan, and he is very passionate, and we just need to be working with HPRC to look at a proposal, a regional focus proposal on trains. 102, Korobaro, outlines her preference for spending on neighbourhood parks and opposes rezoning development on the Heretatonga productive plans. Okay, so that's just a strong message. Councillor Lawson.
I just wanted to point out the neighbourhood parks and basically take note of that, because there's a strong message there.
Neighbourhood parks, yes, exactly. 103, Anton Morenbeecher. Morenbeecher? Yes. Okay. Any other comments, councillor Sears?
Just to note, his reference to the Asher report, and I'm wondering when that's coming back to us, actually. The more we see
Yes.
that.
Through your worship, that'll be coming back to council at this stage on the 13th of July.
Great, thank you.
July.
104, Ruth Vincent, Landmarks Trust. So a number of areas that the Landmarks Trust obviously want to be involved in upgrade of Civic Square. Councillor Shalom?
Just wanting to note on this particular submission, since it may not have been live streamed, I can't remember now, that we are going to be doing this parking management plan that will take into consideration, I hope, the comments the Landmarks Trust have made about pedestrianisation and not just going to car parking as a solution, looking at getting people moving around more.
Thank you. 105, Troy Duncan, QE2 National Trust, protecting our Indigenous biodiversity on private land. Any comments on that? Support?
Your Worship, can I just comment?
Yes.
Troy does a fabulous job for the Tomato Peak Trust and the advice and guidance he gives them, which is, just want to say that.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Dixon.
And Your Worship, there's a lot of, in other communities, there's a lot of angst and worry about SNAs being a land grab by council. So I think the officer's comments about talking and working with others is absolutely the way to go.
Thank you. Lisa Bentley, 1110, 110. That's zoning Heretaunga Plains, which is once coming through loud and clear about our spatial plan process. Everyone comfortable with that? 111, 111, Youth Council. Youth Council, fantastic presentation. Okay, no comments on, but support everything they said. 112, Park and Ride Pathway, Marae Kakaho. So it's unlikely we're about to join up with the whole village, but one day you just never know, the big ride might go all the way out to the village. Yep, that would be a seriously good bike ride. 113, Julie Baxter. Rates rise, roading conditions, access to facilities. Once again, keeping our rates rise to a minimum, and everyone comfortable with the officer's comments on 113?
Your Worship, if I can just speak to this one because it came to the Rural Community Board.
Yes.
This property is on the Puketitri Road, just on the outskirts of Napier City Council.
Right.
And the Rural Community Board just asked that Napier City is added into the comments back to the
okay. Yes, that's
rate
great.
payer. Thank you.
Brilliant. Debbie Monaghan, biodiversity enhancement.
Very supportive. Of
Yes,
and
very
nature.
supportive.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. 116. 119, Shona McDonald. Let's just
Once
go back.
again, Your Worship, that came to the Rural Community
Okay.
Board, and the Rural Community Board is going to support her with a letter requesting 3-point seatbelts in school buses. Going to follow up with officers on ensuring the rapid numbers are correct, because when she spoke to us, the rural identification numbers or street numbers were sort of out of kilter for ambulances. And the rural community is going to ask that in the next rural newsletter, the Rural Community Board story is told.
Okay.
So those are all actions that have been picked up by the staff.
Awesome, great, thank you. 121. Oh, that's the Hastings City Business Association. So just general comments and support. Councillor Kerr. Councillor Sholom?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just taking out of that submission, a request, please, to have an understanding of the role HDC is playing in retail business attraction. Understanding that the current targeted rate on the businesses within the CBD allow for 1.5 FTEs within the business association, and as conveyed today in the submission, they are limited in their ability to do that. So just wanting to understand what HDC can and will do to support getting the right type of retail into the CBD.
So, Bruce, did you want to?
So through your worship, we have had a number of conversations with the Business Association about how we can work together on business attraction within the CBD. And really feel, I think the consensus is that we sort of really need to work on a really targeted approach of working on areas of the CBD, particular buildings that need tenanted and the like, in a much more targeted fashion rather than any broad brush sort of approach. So that's the approach we're taking, and we're working with the Business Association with collateral and other bits of information where possible to help build that picture and attract tenants. And I guess the other key component to that is the landlord. We need to ensure that we've got willing landlords that are going to participate in this process as well.
Thank you. And just also following on from earlier conversations as well, really interested in that information to be brought to council at a future stage around potential free parking on a Saturday if it stacks up and council's of a mind to consult. And also noting that in the 120 submission, which is also tied in with this one, there was some comments made around LED lighting in the CBD. Where are we at with that? I think it was
lighting.
under
vibrancy,
overhangs and whatnot.
Yeah.
And the vibrancy on the buildings.
Yeah.
And,
Vibrancy Fund. I think that we need to have a look at the whole, I think it's come back, let's bring the whole CBD package back, the bid, what's happening. I think we get a report on what everybody's doing.
yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
And again, specifically around how business attraction's working, where it sits, how it's funded, just really trying to understand that.
So I don't think that work is happening as yet, but
Sorry, through your worship. So the Business Association will be reporting back to council at the end of their financial year as part of their annual report. I think there's an opportunity, that'll be coming through ops and monitoring. There's an opportunity to just broaden the scope of that report back as well, to pick up on those points around the bid and any other activities we'd like.
Okay, yeah, I think there's a wider big conversation that needs to be addressed. 124, Federated Farmers, Ria's presentation on behalf of the Federated Farmers. It's quite a big submission.
Your Worship, I'm very happy to support the officer's comments in all areas. I'm just wondering if an action point would be the dog fees to go back to the Rural Community Board. This concept of a reduced fee after so many dogs. I did do some calculations. We are in the middle, but I think it would be worthwhile to investigate. But every dog
Is everybody comfortable with that suggestion? Yes?
Yeah. Every dog we don't pay for, somebody
Yes.
else has to pay for.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. Thank you. Councillor Sears?
Sorry, Your Worship. Councillor Kerr, I thought that had already been approved through bylaws. I think that's already, it's already done. This would be for next year. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. 125. Steve Corns. It's Lyndhurst Extension once again. It's the same submission really as the Drakes and others. So once again, we're going to fully understand some of these opportunities for subdivisions when we bring the report comes back to us in July. 126, Kiriana Brooking, the DHB, and the support for the housing strategy. Support the officer's comments. 127, Brian McClay, Twyford roading issues.
Your Worship, is 126, is that the presentation that Nick Jones gave us?
Yes.
It also picked up on parking as well, I think, in his actual presentation. So can we make sure the officer's comments are in total about his presentation, if that's all right?
Just through you, your worship, yeah, there are a number like that where we've cross-referenced the parking, comments that will go.
Okay, thank you. Brian McClay, and that's the Twyford roading issues, road improvements in the Twyford area, including a lack of road width by Twyford School. And once again, it's our roading budgets. And just, bearing that in mind, where renewals are undertaken and issues mentioned, how we work with the community. Okay. 130. Pauline Doyle and Ken Keys, the water supply amalgamation. A very extensive submission from Friends of the Aquifer. And we need to have some more details from DIA before we're in a position to do anything more through the Three Waters Reform Program. Councillor Shodham?
Yeah, just to take a moment to acknowledge the passion of the Friends of the Aquifer and the self-research that they've taken upon themselves to do. But yes, supporting officers' comments.
Thank you. Rachel Wilson, Flagsmere Park. Comments on future plans for Flagsmere Park. Some issues that need to be addressed. And I think that wider work that Colin's team are looking at doing for all the sports parks in Flagsmere, I think that's, understanding which ones have been used, how, and which ones need investment. Okay, thank you. That's 132. 133 is Juliet McCarty, climate change, and how we are going to play our part in addressing climate change. Everyone comfortable with that? 133 is, that is 133. 134 is Paul Baker. Now, his no officers' comments applied at this time. Let's have a look at that one. Volume 3 is.
Your Worship, if I may.
Yeah, oh, sorry, yes.
Just acknowledging the submitter's request to restrict rate increases and also amalgamate with Napier City Council. Unfortunately, we obviously we are looking to restrict rate increases as much as we can, and unfortunately we don't have any control over an amalgamation with Napier City Council at this time.
Thank you. Anyone else? 136, Lynn McDougall. Standards for new builds. And that's water tanks, grey water, and new build environments, and you're getting some report brought back to Eco Districts. Yes, thank you. Now 138, Jeremy Haynes. Subdivision for exceptional circumstances.
Your Worship, can I just
Yes,
briefly
sorry.
comment on the one before? We have talked a number of times about the electric vehicle charging issue in Havelock North. Is there any progress on that? Do we have any plans for that?
We'll find out about that.
Yeah.
That electric charging in Havelock North.
As I understand it, it is not we who do it, it's the power companies. Right. So they assess the need and make an installation as they see necessary.
Yeah, I've done the ones in Hastings too. Yes.
Yes,
Councillor Corbyn?
This is 138.
Yes.
I didn't quite understand the second last paragraph. The planning team has advised that he is able to apply for such an application, but given the case law, we can't support it. It just sort of seems a fait accompli.
Mr. O'Shaughnessy, could you just explain that last paragraph? He has applied before and okay, Jenny Elliott. Incentives for water tanks, another one. So, proposals coming back on that one. How we manage that and what we can do. Jessie Kyle, 142, rural roads. Comments on the conditions of the roads and the safety of rural roads. And Community Board is going to be looking at specific damage on rural roads and the impact of forestry. Any further comments to be made by our rural councillors? Okay, thank you for that. Great, thank you. 143, Michelle Lucas, disability action. And once again, we talked about that today, mobility parking and also the footpaths. Any other further comments? You support the officer's recommendation? Councillor Redstone?
I definitely support, but do think there's a need for communication because that was my first time knowing that you could park in any mobility.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So we've got that down as an action, I think, Vicky, didn't we? Thank you. Cool. Okay, 144. Andy Tate Jameson.
Just declaring my conflict.
Okay, thank you, Sophie. Councillor Sears.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
My understanding is this is not just class 1 to 3 land on the plains, but the request is for no forestry on any class 1 to 3 land. Okay. So would this be picked up through a spatial plan? How would we pick this one up if that was the will of the world?
Mr. O'Shaughnessy?
Mr. O'Shaughnessy has left the
He's
room.
vacated.
Okay.
Perhaps we can come back to that.
But we can come
We'll
back.
come back to that one.
There's a planning.
Okay, so 144 we'll come back to. 147. Kelly Jessup, and Kelly wasn't able to come in. She was sick, but very passionate Flex-Mec resident who wants a few things addressed out there. And I support everything that the council officers have said. Anything else anyone would like to add? Okay.
Just the PO, how she talks about.
Yes.
I think there was always a plan to have some kind of what do you call it? Where you just scan one of the POs and get the corridor. QR code. Yeah, it's it. Some of that technology. I don't know where that went. Hasn't gone anywhere.
No, it hasn't gone anywhere.
No.
No.
But it might have been a working with the Settlement Trust or with Ngā Marae or Heretaunga or something. Yeah. Because, it's not hard to do now. We've got the technology. When these things were erected, it was still kind of groundbreaking stuff, but now, everyone does it.
Thank you. And, I see people there all the time. They just love it. So we just need to
the corridor
make that
is
a
what they're missing out on. They can
Yes.
view the thing, but the actual
Yeah.
depth of the corridor behind those ancestors,
Yes.
you wouldn't know.
Okay, fantastic. Right, the next one is Brad and the skid pad. And I think that we need, so I know that great communities are going to be looking at, well, not specifically a skid pad, but they are going to be looking at some of this work. Is that correct, Rebecca and Eileen? It needs a bit of a team round it, actually.
Well, it does.
Mm.
It's got some councillors with I think it's probably just leaving the see what else. So, in constant talk, the councillor who's been.
So I just think that we need to pull a team together around this because he identified a site that could work that's already consented. I've got some speakers. Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. After he spoke, I thought a wonderful presentation. I thought about him approaching the aerodrome at Bridge Park.
Yeah, he's talking about a consented place, because it's really hard to get a consent for those places. So yeah. We need to wrap a team round them. Councillor Sears?
I did bring it up in the meeting with Colin and Denise, and I think the suggestion was the best way forward was to give him some time with a planner and possibly a roading engineer to just look at what might be required so that he has something when he goes to these places to say, these are the sort of things we'd need to think about. I'm working with council to look how this could look. So I think probably a planner and a road engineer are probably the team that's needed.
Yeah, it also needs a councillor to lead it. So
Me and
you and
Pelletti, I think.
Pelletti going to lead it?
Yeah.
Because actually it's going to have to be really, it won't happen otherwise. So it's going to take a team to pull all that together. Okay, thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Councillor Ollie first, Your Worship.
Oh, you go.
Who wants to be last?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay, no, everyone's already mentioned it, but yeah, I support it. Just wanted the clarifications. I agree with I support the officers' comments. Just a clarification in the comments that the officers are in support of any measure. Just wanted to know if there's any suggestions or information to assist Bradley with consent or compliance. Sorry, compliance.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why we're going to get a planner and a roading engineer and you two, and you're going to lead this team and make it happen, because it's going to take a really concerted effort, because these things don't happen otherwise. It needs some really strong leadership from elected members. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just coming back to the question I asked at the time of Bradley's submission, what he is asking of us is, at the very least, a letter of support. Is that something we can do?
Yes, it is something to do, but we could do, but I just need to know where the letter of support's going to go to. Because you have to have place, and you have to have someone who's finding the money and leading it and bringing the community with you. So
can I just follow on then? Can we wrap a process around this? I just don't want it to go into the ether and never happen, is what I'm saying.
I've got two leads. Two councillors going to put their hand up. Rebecca?
Yes, we can.
Colin?
Through great communities.
Yep.
Thank you.
There's a team. It's going to take a team approach. Thank you. 150. That's Sue Whitman, and that's about the specific areas in the Hastings and Havelock North CBD. Just enhancing and revitalisation of the 200 block. Once again, investment around the fountain area, and just generally improvements to the city centre. Any other comments? We support your application. 155, Holger Henneman, and that's about chip seal versus asphalt. Support officers' comments. Thank you. 155, 158, Bike Hawke's Bay, and once again that's a transport business case for active transport links and linking them to pavement renewals. We support that application. Any other comments? Okay, thank you. Bike Hawke's Bay. 159. We've done the hospice, and we'll keep working with them. Annie and Dave Evans. Any comments on Annie and Dave Evans?
Yeah, Your Worship, they're alongside the Murrum Breckers.
Oh, yes,
Raymond
it's the
Homes.
same response
So,
as
yeah.
the other people. Thank you. 161. Oh, so that's the separate submission that the regional council are going to come in, and because there's a number of items there, and we couldn't have done it and given it just good justification. So they're going to come in. We're going to do it together with the regional council. 162. Sport Hawke's Bay, Mark Aspen. Any comments? Do a great job in our community. Found some other support for funding, which we love. We're going to be working on that. More programs. Any other comments? Good submission. No comments. 163, Bob Harris. Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I've got a great deal of sympathy for this group of residents. This asphalt was replaced with chip seal without any consultation. The noise level outside their property is intolerable. It's 3 or 4 metres away from their fence and their bedroom. The increase is 4,500 vehicles a day is what they're currently getting, and the average speed is over 60 in a 50k area. It's 2 or 3 years, they tell us, to reduce the noise that they have to put up with. So what as a council can we actually do to assist?
And the cost of it to fix it is around 60k. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, what can they do to assist?
Right, okay. Officers? Oh, we've got some other comments. Councillor Redstone?
Just, I remember, might have been a year or two ago that the same thing happened in Duart Road.
Yeah.
But once people got used to the extra noise, it quietened back down again. So I'm just wondering if that's the same sort of case, whether they've just not been used to this change.
The difference between Duart Road and Tamata Road is that these houses are really close to the road. Duart Road, they're back off the road. And it's just, the problem is that nobody consulted with the residents. Councillor Nixon?
Yes, I agree. The consultation was not as good as it could have been, but equally with Anne, I remember Duart Road, and the officers and I met with some of the local residents who were pretty fired up. But actually, it has gone reasonably quiet once the road bedded down. And I suppose the issue is, have we used chip that's perhaps too coarse, thereby increasing the noise? And is there any possibility, if we don't asphalt it, could we put a finer chip, much finer chip on to calm the noise down? It's only 50 k's there anyway, isn't it?
It is 50 k's, that's not what they do.
No, I understand that.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, others? Councillor Shalom?
As I understand from the officer's comments, it would be 271,000 to redo that in asphalt. Is that correct? Yeah.
I think there's two options there, isn't there?
The other is the existing.
Sorry, Mr. Blue?
So what's the 270 is about is we simply put asphalt on top of what is a weak pavement. What asphalt does not cope with was a pavement that's not stiff enough because it cracks very quickly. So what the 270,000 about is if you're going to invest in a high value surface, then you need to rebuild the pavement to make it stiff enough so it lasts. And so that's what that value there is. It's different to just putting another, another bandage on top of that new seal. I would recommend though that that new grade 4, grade 6, so that's a chip and then a smaller chip inside the void. It does need time to bed down because as the chips bed down, it tends to deal with the void. And what people hear is it's the tyre going over the void making the noise, and it does settle after a short period. I also do need to flag that this road was originally chip sealed, and asphalt went down a number of years ago as a repair. So its original construction was a chip seal construction right back in time, and then there was an asphalt repair made at the time.
A follow-up question, if I may.
Yes, thank you.
Just checking. Do we normally consult when we're making changes of this nature?
On a number, after the first few, there's a leaflet that gets dropped to households when we're making the change, which explains the rationale. I'm not sure, I haven't been involved in all the discussions, but it sounds like in this case that the leaflet didn't make its way all inside Kingsgate and so forth, so potentially a shortcoming on that basis.
Okay, so that's definitely a takeaway. Thank you.
Councillor Lawson?
Oh, thank you. I just sort of require some clarification. So the chip has been changed, and was that, is that because it's on the verge of Havelock North? I mean, what chip do we normally use in an urban area?
Without getting into too much surfacing design of roads, so in the urban environment, in roads such as this, we would tend to use like this, what we call a grade 4, grade 6, so it's a combination. So it can deal with the traffic loading it's got on it, but it's a smaller chip than we'd use on a rural road. So if we were further out Pakawai Road or Farndon Road, for example, there we would typically use what we'd term a grade 3 and a 5, but the smaller the number, the bigger the chip. Because it provides more skid resistance and more traction for cars, but that's noisier, and so we don't tend to do that in town per se.
Right, and also just a follow-up question. So what you're also saying is that it will settle down after time?
Normally that is the experience, and the team have been asked to keep an eye on that.
I think the residents will call councillors back. Yeah. So, so you will hear about it again. Councillor Travis?
It does sound as if the situation is being exacerbated by excessive speed. Do we have any traction with the police? Could they just not put a speed camera out there for a little while from time to time and to calm the traffic down a little bit? That might have the desired impact.
The team work with the police from time to time, but I'll ask them just to see if we can, if the police would like to do some revenue gathering down Tamata Road.
We also asked Craig if we could have one of those signs up with a flashing sign saying 50. We need to show we're doing something for this community because they are feeling aggrieved. Councillor Corbyn.
I'm just reading point 7 in the officer's comments. And if I understand it right, it's saying that it's going to be noisy to start with, but after 24 months, it's going to be similar to the asphalt. Is that right?
It will get close to. Asphalt will always be quieter because the voids are very small, but they do definitely settle down as the chips roll and the bitumen fills the voids up slightly.
And how long's it been done now?
From the officers' comments from the team, it was sealed in October 2020, so it's still quite green.
6 months.
Thank you. Okay. 164. And this is the Flaxmere Community Plan and the Flaxmere Master Plan, entrance signage, Flaxmere pools. So this is all in the Flaxmere Community Plan. So is there any investment, Rebecca, that we need to be putting? Is this just, it's just this Tracy asking us to ensure that this sort of work's going to happen?
Through you, Your Worship, I understand this is all already accounted for in the long-term plan.
Oh, great, thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, thank you. Just when the Flaxmere pool was built, was at the time that they built the some of the Flaxmere schools, and the Flaxmere schools decided they wanted one community pool, not have their own individual pools at their school. So at that, because that was the agreement they came to, they were given priority of usage. And I think from reading through the submission, that they've actually lost their priority of usage. We might have to revert back to.
Through you, Your Worship, yeah, this is something that's been highlighted to us and we'll incorporate in the aquatics review to make sure that we're still giving priority to those schools.
Okay, thank you. No further comments on that? Okay. Sorry,
yeah, it's looking a bit worse for wear. So yeah, I think you'll notice when you go in the pool, it's looking a bit aged or whatever. You know,
Yeah.
it's had seen some better days. The old pool.
We haven't had an investment in it for a long time. Okay, so that's some good funding for Flaxmere's. Look at it in the future. Okay, and the last one is David Belcher, and that is a submission which is at the back of volume 3. David's asking us to consider, with all the new developments happening in Havelock North and Hastings, that we make sure that we invest in our infrastructure and the essential services, and that we have sufficient funds for water and new housing areas of Havelock North. So we just need an officer's comment on that one.
Yeah, so through your worship, received really late, so didn't get a chance, but I think that's appropriate. You leave officers to formulate the appropriate response. There's no consequential decisions required from council.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, just to add a bit of information, David lives, I can't remember the name of the street, but it's Fulford Place. And they had huge water problems for a long time until we increased the supply capability. So he has had experience of us not providing enough infrastructure for new developments and the effect it has. So it's just worth remembering that.
Okay, cool. Excellent. Okay. 144, Mr O'Shaughnessy, if we could just take you back to that, please.
Sorry, Worship, perhaps Tanya could just repeat the question. John wasn't in the room. Was it the forestry planting submission and the plain zone?
Eddie Tate Jamieson?
Yes, thanks, John. If Council and Rural Community Board was of mind to stop pine trees being planted on Class 1 to Class 3 land, given that at the moment pine plantation can't happen on the Heretatonga Plains, how would we go about that? How would we have that conversation?
Sorry, can you?
I guess it would be some form of district plan change, but what you're talking about is total prohibition. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm not sure.
Just options we need to understand how we could
So I guess
put in place.
I'll talk with Ryan, but I guess I noticed that already it's a discretionary activity within particular. So you're talking classes 1. So would that be into the foothills? Yes. Okay. So I think probably the best thing is just come back with a comment on that.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
All right, that's great. Let's look into it and bring that back to us. Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, this is also a huge problem for Wairoa, and I think we should be trying to work with them to see if there is a solution that we can all agree on, because we want some consistency.
Yes, exactly. Okay, cool. All right, so that concludes our submissions. Well done, everyone. Some great submissions there. If I can now turn back to page 5. On page 7, our item 5, which is about the recommendations of receiving the submissions. The written and verbal submissions of the office comments are all received, that the decisions and amendments made at this meeting be incorporated into final long-term plan for 2021-2031, development contributions policy 2021. Sorry, Lex, I was just going to read them out.
No, yeah, I'm just
okay.
suggesting an amendment to catch up with the meetings events.
Yes, okay.
Everyone's got the front of them, so resolutions A to F is what we're asking to pass.
Can you do your...
But I'm suggesting an amendment on your behalf to resolution C. So we'll have it in addition on the end of it, and that the final rates position is amended below 7% in accordance with council direction at the meeting dated 8 June 2021.
Thank you. And I just wonder if we need to capture the actions that were raised today in the recommendations.
Your Worship, I think C covers that.
C covers that? Yeah. Okay,
I will
awesome.
interpret it that way. Yeah.
Happy to move from the chair. Seconded, Councillor Nixon. Any comments on those recommendations? Any changes? Well done, everyone. I'll put those recommendations. No further comments. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you, that's carried. Well done, a fantastic 2 days. Very, very special thanks to Alex and all the team who have worked tirelessly on our long-term plan for a very, very long time. And great effort. And some good decision-making, some hard decision-making.
Your Worship, thank you very much for the wonderful way you led us all through this. Very much appreciated and keeping us all mainly to time.